The Arkham games were a huge turning point, not only for comic book games, but also for action games in general. They introduced a new combat style that changed the genre for years. The story was also fantastic, introducing new adaptations of beloved characters. The games delved into the psychology of these heroes and villains, taking a new look at their personas. With interesting worlds, design, and aesthetic, the Arkham games brought something incredibly new to Batman. It had its inspirations, sure, but it also tried to separate its world from the ones that came before it, offering new and interesting takes on characters, places, and plots. The games had their low points for sure. Not every entry is perfect, but these games have a lasting legacy and deserve to be looked at. So that's what we're going to do today. We'll be taking a look at the Arkham series. We'll first talk about all of the games individually: Batman Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham City, Batman Arkham Origins, and Batman Arkham Knight. We'll be talking about gameplay, mechanics, story, and everything in between. After that, we'll venture back to talk about all of the other media in the Arkham universe, the 8 different tie-in comics, 4 spin-off games, 1 book, and 1 animated film. I should note that the admittedly pretty short section on the Arkham animated movie will be relegated to the Patreon because of YouTube's copyright system. If you've seen the individual videos for the Arkham games, you can skip ahead to the comics section now. Spoilers for Arkham Asylum, City, Origins, and Knight. Hey Dad, it's me, your favorite son, and today I want to talk about the Arkham games. Batman Arkham Asylum was first announced in 2008. It was developed by Rocksteady Studios. Rocksteady had the backing of Eidos and Warner Brothers. Eidos had obtained the rights to make a Batman game and approved of Rocksteady's prototype. The game officially began production in September 2007. Rocksteady had only made 1 game by this point: Urban Chaos Riot Response for the PlayStation 2. Urban Chaos was a first-person shooter and was received decently at the time. It's become somewhat of a cult classic now, though, with people going back to enjoy it. Paul Dini was chosen to write Arkham Asylum. Dini has written for tons of TV shows like Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond, and the new Batman Adventures. He has also written for tons of comics, Action Comics, Detective Comics, and tons of Batman stories specifically. Dini met with Rocksteady, and the ideas that they both had aligned, so they decided to work together on the project. Dini's biggest interest in the project was that it would be an original story. Most video games that adapted comics at the time were exactly that, adaptations. So Dini was excited to be able to make something new in the medium. The game took a ton of influence from Frank Miller and Neil Adams. Specifically, the visual style took from Grant Morrison's Arkham Asylum: A Serious House on Serious Earth. The developers took inspiration from BioShock for the game's atmosphere and narrative. The team also said that they used elements from Zelda and Metroid games to make the gadgets in Arkham Asylum. The team very much wanted to keep the core idea of Batman in the game. They wanted to take the classic and iconic elements of the character and bump them up while removing ones that didn't fit. The game did take from certain depictions of Batman and even references the animated series, but it was meant to be a completely original version of him. The team also wanted to relegate the first game to Arkham Asylum, as it made for a tighter narrative. Because the story took place in one environment, Batman couldn't get distance from his enemies, which added to the tension. The game originally had a larger scope of characters, but the team had to size this down once they realized it didn't fit with the story. Mr. Freeze was originally included in Arkham Asylum, but they realized that his motivations did not align with Joker's. The team spent a lot of time on the design of the environments for Arkham. They wanted to include the comic book elements that made the Batman universe iconic, while also including the Gothic architecture of the series. Arkham itself was expanded to become an entire island to make the scope of the game larger and fit the narrative. The island took some inspiration from the real-life Alcatraz, a prison island in California. The design for Batman in particular was mostly taken from Jim Lee's depiction of him in the comics, an incredibly muscular and strong version that could reasonably fight competently. The Joker was modeled closer to the Killing Joke version of this character, and the team had to make sure to avoid from taking from any Batman films because they didn't have the rights to those. Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, and Arlene Sorkin all worked together on Batman the Animated Series. They all came back to reprise their roles, with Conroy playing Batman, Hamill playing the Joker, and Sorkin playing Harley Quinn. Batman Arkham Asylum was released on August 25th, 2009 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Before we get into the video, I'd just like to talk about some brief notes. Firstly, I played the remastered version of Arkham Asylum that was released as part of a collection. This was called Return to Arkham, and was a remaster of both Arkham Asylum and Batman Arkham City, that was released in 2016. This was really just a visual remaster and doesn't change very much about the game in general. The second note is that I did do some research on Batman as a character and his universe before making this video. I just want to say that I'm not the most knowledgeable on Batman. I was a huge DC Comics fan back when I actually read comics pretty often, but Batman wasn't really my go-to. I was always more of a Green Lantern head. I have obviously read Batman and know the basics of his story, and have read some of the more popular arcs, but I decided to reread some of the iconic ones for this video so that I could have a good baseline for Batman's character in general. The books I read were Batman The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller, Batman The Killing Joke by Alan Moore, Batman The Long Halloween by Jeff Loeb, Batman Arkham Asylum A Serious House on Serious Earth, and Batman Year One, again by Frank Miller. I had read most of these before, but it was a good refresher on the character, atmosphere, and the world of Batman. It was also a good representation of the multiple interpretations of the character over the years, and the influences that were used to make this game. Arkham Asylum begins with Batman bringing the Joker to Arkham Asylum. We start this story with an already established Batman, his world, and his villains. These characters already have a history. Batman has been stopping them for years at this point. If you're not versed in the Batman lore, Arkham is a house for the criminally insane. It is home to all sorts of criminals and terrible people, but most importantly, it's the holding place for most of Batman's most infamous foes. This is generally where these madmen and women go when Batman inevitably catches them. It began as more of a mansion and has evolved into a prison/mega complex. It has had many different iterations over the years, but this version that we see is very much an isolated island Alcatraz environment. The Joker was caught at Gotham City Hall. Meanwhile, a fire broke out at Blackgate Prison, so a lot of Joker's goons were sent to Arkham. Joker is strapped into a stretcher, and we have to use Batman to follow the guards and Joker as he's wheeled away, taunting security and Batman the whole time. This little sequence serves as our opening credits, but it also does a couple of other things. First, it gives us an introduction to some of the other prisoners, the situation at hand, and the environment that we'll be spending a lot of our game in. We are subconsciously taking in the environment around us, Joker's thugs across some bars, and even a pre-recording of the warden Quincy Sharp talking to new prisoners. This also introduces us to the Joker himself, the main antagonist of the game. We get to see how he works, his antics, and his general demeanor. The sequence doesn't seem like it does a lot at first glance, but the developers don't waste a second of the intro, constantly using every piece of it to give us more information. The lights go out in an elevator and Batman immediately grabs Joker, thinking that it's part of his plan to escape. This is obviously a representation of Batman and Joker's dynamic and how little our hero actually trusts him at this point. The Joker, of course, eventually escapes, though, once he is separated from Batman with the help of Harley Quinn. Then we get our first taste of combat, having to fight off some of Joker's thugs. With that, we should probably take some time to talk about the combat system in Batman Arkham Asylum. This game has two different types of altercations, hand-to-hand combat and stealth. Hand-to-hand combat is pretty simple. We can attack enemies and counter them when glowing indicators shine above their heads. We can also take them down when they're on the ground. The goal with combat is to keep the flow of the fight going steady. We have to time our attacks accurately and try as hard as we can to not get hit. Now, we can upgrade our hand-to-hand combat, enabling us to take down enemies immediately once hitting a certain combo and add some variations, but the combat is incredibly simple. This works in its favor though, because it's just challenging enough to keep a combo going that we're interested. See, this was one of the highlights of Arkham Asylum when it was released, this new smooth flowing combat system. It was incredibly engaging and unique for its time. The main thing I was worried about with going back to Arkham Asylum was that it wouldn't hold up, but surprisingly it does. It's still incredibly quick and smooth. We feel like we are Batman. We have information that the goons we're fighting do not. We can see one step ahead of them and use that information to defeat them. Not only does it place us in the shoes of the character, but it also just feels good in the hands. It's intuitive, simple to learn, but difficult to master. This combat system would go on to be replicated and become incredibly popular. Most famously, a very similar version of this was used in the PlayStation Spider-Man games. While further games would extrapolate on this system and fine-tune some of the mechanics, Batman Arkham Asylum is the prototype version of it, and it still works great. We also have the stealth to talk about here, which isn't as glowing for me. It's not a bad part of the game, but I never enjoyed it as much as the hand-to-hand combat portions. I should also preface this by saying I'm not really a huge fan of stealth. I always take the loud option whenever I'm put in a situation where I'm given the choice. I just want to put that out there to make clear any prior bias I may have. Stealth sections are mostly required when we're going up against thugs that are armed with guns. These thugs can obviously shoot us, and we don't have much way to defeat them up close, hence why we have to use the shadows. Batman's detective mode works great here, which lets us see through most walls and see the heat signatures of thugs. We can stalk around on the ground and stealth take down enemies from behind, hang them from gargoyles, and even blow them up with some gadgets that we'll get later in the game. The system is pretty fleshed out, and there does seem to be a lot in the way of choice. I just wasn't having as much fun with the game when I was stealthing around as when I was up close battering enemies. It does feel like the stealth tends to slow the game down a bit, but it's understandably necessary considering it's a core feature of Batman as a character and his mythos. Both systems start out incredibly simple and are then progressively upgraded throughout the game. We can get upgrades every time we level up for a variety of different things, making stealth or hand-to-hand combat easier, and even upgrading our health. We will also get a variety of different gadgets that can be used, which can change traversal or combat drastically, but we'll get to those in time. The Joker lets us go after we defeat his goons, and we're allowed to head forward, most likely into a trap. As we head deeper into the facility, we find that Victor Zsasz has taken a guard hostage. This is where the game introduces the glide kick to us, a move that will incapacitate an enemy from a vantage point. Zsasz has been around in the Batman comics since the 90s and is a killer who usually marks his body with tallies of the victims that he's killed. We don't let him get another tally though, and Harley Quinn calls Batman to say that she's taken Quincy Sharp hostage. Quincy Sharp is the warden of Arkham Asylum at current. We escape the area by using the vents nearby, one of the main ways that we'll be able to maneuver around the island. In the next room, we encounter some guards that are barely hanging on for life as they dangle above some Joker's toxin. We can save all of them by enabling the ventilation fans below by using a well-placed batarang. Joker continues to lead us through the facility with some green arrows that he's painted on the floor. Following these, we fall into the trap that we knew was coming. Joker mutated a prisoner into a massive brute of a human. This mini-boss will charge at us, and we have to quick-fire our batarangs while he charges and deftly dodge out of the way before he hits us. We can then deal some damage to him. The fight doesn't last long, though, because the brute dies before we can even take him down. The Joker escapes once again and tells us that Frank Bowles, a security team member, is working with Joker and has captured Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon and Batman's stories are historically linked. Gordon usually provides Batman with on-the-ground assistance and moral counsel. With Gordon, the police are on Batman's side, and the city is on his side. He's an incredibly important character to the world in general. We get a new function here. Batman's detective mode can detect certain things in the air or fingerprints on the wall. This time we find a trail of alcohol vapor from Frank Bowles, who was drinking alcohol. We can also use this detective mode in combat to see enemies through walls. This becomes incredibly helpful when trying to locate thugs that we're sneaking up behind or even preparing for fights coming ahead. The detective mode also lets us see vents that can be unlocked, doors that we can go through, basically anything in the environment that we can interact with. It's incredibly useful, and one of my only complaints was that I mostly had to have it turned on throughout the course of the entire game, just because it was so useful. This caused me to not really be able to appreciate the aesthetic or the environments because I was always either fighting or looking for clues. Just as we make our way toward the end of this trail, Harley Quinn blows up the cables on the elevator and Batman escapes. We have to weave through this elevator shaft, making our way to the top. One thing I should probably point out here is that Arkham Asylum has a linear story, but a bit of an open world. Its open world is mostly divided into smaller, open areas. Throughout all of these areas are tons and tons of collectibles for us to find. These are placed by the Riddler. We can find these collectibles and solve these riddles to eventually track the Riddler down. We can find Joker's chattering teeth scattered about the environments, Riddler trophies hidden and tucked away in different areas, and even solve riddles from the Riddler himself. The riddles usually require us to scan specific pieces of scenery in the area or even a specific person. These are usually references to characters that are deeper in the Batman mythos, some incredibly obvious ones and some lesser known ones like Maxi Zeus. I really enjoy the collectible system, even now. Some of the challenges aren't that difficult, but some of them can be pretty perplexing. We can make things a little easier by finding a secrets map for each area that reveals the general location of each collectible. I remember even seeking all of these out when I was a kid. When I was younger, I would never really look for every secret in a game. I mostly completed the story and then just moved on. But Arkham Asylum was different, and even now I was easily pulled away from the story to look for new trophies or solutions to riddles I hadn't completed. A lot of these riddles and trophies will not be gatherable until we've collected all of the gadgets in the game. Arkham Asylum very much has a Metroidvania-style layout, the developers even stating that they took inspiration from the Metroid series for the structure of the game. We will often get gadgets that will unlock new secret areas that we couldn't access before. The whole structure works incredibly well, especially with the collectibles. We'll often see a trophy or a secret and know right away whether we have the tools we need without the game telling us. Finding all of Riddler's collectibles will actually reveal his location and allow us to send the police there to apprehend him.
Tell me, how did you work out where I was? Do you hear me? I, Edward Nigma.
When we eventually find Frank Bowles, he's already been killed. He was double-crossed, incredibly foolish for trusting the King Clown himself. One of the Arkham guards unlocks the door nearby, letting us outside. This is where we get access into the wider world that Arkham Asylum has to offer. The island is split up into 3 open sections: Arkham North, West, and East. Each of these sections have other facilities in them that are their own contained sections. The open world feels great and pretty good to run around in. I do think that the next game in the series would do the whole open world thing a little better, but this was the prototype for that. The traversal for the open world is also great. We can glide around with Batman's cape and use our grappling gun to get up to high ledges and zip across the space. Also, aesthetically, the world just looks really good. I love the style that they went with in general. There's this dark, sort of nasty, gritty coloring to the world. It mostly reflects the Batman post-Dark Knight Returns, the rise of the reflective, gloomy, shadows Batman. It feels like a nasty place, one rife with criminals and the insane, one with no rules, no laws, just a free-for-all of Batman-fueled angst. This effect can push the aesthetic in the other direction a little bit, though. In certain spots, the world can look kind of bland. I think in the end, though, that Arkham Asylum certainly has its own style. It looks very unique and distinct. Outside, we find the Batmobile being assaulted. Inside of the Batmobile, we find the explosive gel upgrade. There are multiple uses for this gadget. The first is gaining access to many different secrets that the island holds. We can put the gel on thin walls that can be destroyed, giving us access to their secret passages. The explosive gel can also be used on walls during combat. It's particularly useful when we're in stealth combat. We can blow up walls that enemies are standing by, causing them to be automatically knocked out. We defeat the thugs and start making our way around the island before we find a trail of tobacco left by Commissioner Gordon. We can follow this trail and eventually find out that Joker's thugs have taken the medical facility. Inside the medical facility, we see Harley Quinn hiding behind an electric barrier. We have to find another way inside and save one of the doctors at the facility. We're then tasked with saving more doctors before we proceed downstairs. As we travel down towards the morgue, we see the Scarecrow. Scarecrow is another classic Batman villain. He generally is characterized by his signature toxins that bring out the nightmares of the individuals that breathe them. We see some of his victims, and Batman is quickly affected by the same gas. Eventually, we find Gordon, who's leaned on the wall, dead in the morgue, but we can tell something is wrong because Batman's eyes are red. When we head into the morgue, we find 3 bodies, one of Thomas Wayne, one of Martha Wayne, Bruce Wayne's parents, and finally Scarecrow himself. We're then transported to a nightmare world, a broken version of the hospital, swimming around in a massive stormland. This is one of Arkham Asylum's greatest strengths, that it tailors the gameplay of each boss, each villain, to the characters that they are portraying. We don't fight every boss in the same way here. They're each different, and they are based on the bosses that we're fighting. Before we talk about this boss fight in particular, which is probably the shining moment of the entire game, to be honest, we have to talk about Batman's villains. Batman is an iconic character, for sure. He generally sits somewhere around number 2 or 3 on the list of the most popular and beloved superheroes. He's easily the most recognizable and iconic in the DC lineup, but Batman is nothing without his cast of villains. When you have a conversation about Batman, you immediately have to talk about the Joker, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, Two-Face, Bane, the Riddler, the Penguin, Scarecrow, Mr. Freeze. The list goes on, and these are just the most recognizable ones. This isn't even mentioning people like Calendar Man, Zsasz, Black Mask, Hush, Mad Hatter, or Hugo Strange. These villains are almost more iconic than Batman himself. He doesn't exist without these people. His universe just isn't as interesting without this cast of characters that he constantly has to pit himself against. Not only are they an interesting part of the mythos and make the story more interesting, but Batman is nothing without his villains as a character as well. Specifically in my refresher readings, one thing about the character popped out at me. One thing that many writers have emphasized through their depictions of the character throughout the years, that he is nothing without his villains. There's also the idea that Batman could be compliant in the creation and activity of these villains in the first place. Basically, it's possible that if Batman didn't exist, his villains wouldn't either. The only reason a lot of them go on is to prove themselves better than him, or to bring him down, or to humiliate him. These characters also exist as a reflection of Batman himself. Now, of course, this is speculation and just my interpretation, but one that's shared by many. But this is how I've always looked at Batman's villains, as a mirror that is shown in his own face. He is just as crazy as the people that he puts away. He's just as troubled and just as damaged, but he just had a different lot in life. If things had gone another way, he'd be the one being put in Arkham. These Scarecrow sections, which are scattered throughout the game, require us to jump across platforms and avoid Scarecrow's gaze. We eventually reach a bat signal, which we can shine on the villain. This specific section doesn't bring any more light to Batman as a character, which will come a little more later, but it does show that clearly the death of his parents still haunts him greatly. Also, I'm not going to go over Batman's origin story at this point. I think we all know that tale. But it clearly is Batman's true motivating reason for becoming a hero in the first place, at least in most representations of the character. This is what showed him crime needed to be dealt with in the first place. Seeing his parents destroyed in one fell swoop for no reason other than pearls was enough to make him go mad with visions of justice. Eventually, we realize what we already thought, which is that Gordon was not dead, but captured by Harley Quinn. We have to sneak around this next room to take the thugs out and rescue Commissioner Gordon. Once that's done, Joker has a surprise for Batman in the middle of the room. Bane is being pumped with something called Titan, the new serum that Joker used on the brute we fought earlier. It's making Bane even more jacked than he already is. He blasts us through the wall, and we have our first true boss fight of the game. This one is probably the most bland of all the fights that we'll encounter. It's really just the same concept as the brute we fought earlier, and ones that we'll fight many times throughout the game. We have to avoid Bane's attacks and place a batarang at the right time to stun him. Once this happens, we attack him to rip one of the tubes from his back and lower his health. We do this a couple times, and Bane goes down. He actually gets trapped under the rubble of the collapsing boiler room as Batman makes his escape. But when Bane gets back up, Batman uses the Batmobile to send Bane into Gotham Bay. Batman then has the chance to save Commissioner Gordon and get him off the island back to safety. We then get to head to the Batcave. Batman installed a small-scale version of his cave on the island before the events of this game. This was obviously just in case situations like this were to occur. Here, we find out that Dr. Young was researching venom, the chemical that Bane uses to give him his strength. Titan was then synthesized from this to make the prisoners more resistant to the procedures that Arkham was putting them through. Our next goal is to head over to Arkham Mansion to try and find Dr. Young's notes on the drug before Joker can get them, because he's clearly planning something big with this new concoction. In the Batcave, we receive the Batclaw. This will allow us to pull down some vent covers and some boxes on ledges, allowing us to reach new areas. We have to use the sewers to get through to Arkham East and eventually gain access to the manor. We end up saving some of the staff once we enter, but we realize that some of them are wearing suicide collars. This complicates our stealth sections just a little bit more. Dr. Young has already made it to the notes by the time that we get there. We then find out that Zsasz has kidnapped her and is going to torture the formula out of her. As we head through the manor, we once again get hit with a scarecrow nightmare. This time, Bruce is forced to relive his parents' death. He's forced to become a child once again, back in that alley, back to the night that changed everything, the night that created this entire situation. Bruce is a complicated character, one that is haunted by the people that he can't save. He's always haunted by his parents' deaths, but in some iterations he's haunted by the death of Jason Todd. He takes his failures heavy, and he doesn't let them go. His past can be one of his faults, but it's also his prime motivator. We once again fight off this massive scarecrow. One of the interesting things about these scarecrow fights is that we are contending with such a large foe. This is also a microcosm of the character of Batman himself. In this duel, we are incredibly small, outmatched by sheer size and power, but yet Batman still comes out on top. This is the epitome of Batman as a hero. He doesn't have insane powers. He can't fly like Superman. He doesn't have super speed like the Flash. He doesn't have a sick-ass magic ring like the Chad Green Lantern. He is a mortal in a world of gods. But despite that, he still manages to come out on top. Through intelligence, patience, planning, and sheer force of will, he manages to bring his foes down, no matter the odds, and these scarecrow fights exemplify that dynamic. Once we find Zsasz, we quickly use our batarang to take him down once again. Dr. Young tells us that Joker now has both formulas, now able to synthesize a powerful new serum. There's a lab inside the botanical gardens that we must get to, but the codes are in a nearby safe. The safe was rigged with explosives though, and Young is killed while Harley taunts Batman with the warden still held captive. When Batman wakes up, he has to contend with Harley Quinn's thugs. We eventually find and free Quincy Sharp in the control room. Here we gain another new gadget, the cryptographic sequencer. This will allow us to hack panels and devices. This is mostly used for getting into new areas or unlocking the electric gates that we've seen so far. We soon pass by Poison Ivy in her cell locked up. She begs Batman to let her go, but he obviously doesn't. It has no effect though, because shortly after this, she is freed by Harley Quinn. Joker begins freeing the rest of the prisoners in the penitentiary. We have to take out Harley's goons once again, and for failing the Joker, she is crossed off his list for the party later tonight. We take Harley out, and she is subdued. We now have to head to the Botanical Gardens. Joker is planning to use his new serum to create an army of those brutes that we saw earlier. We now have to fight some of them, who won't die spontaneously this time. Here we can grab the line launcher, which will allow us to shoot out zip lines and travel horizontally rather than just gliding downwards. This unlocks a whole host of new areas for us to travel to that we couldn't reach previously. Poison Ivy could be the only solution to this problem. She might be able to make a cure for the Titan serum. She refuses, of course, but Batman vows to torture the Arkham plant life, which, because of her connection to nature, would greatly harm Ivy as well. She tells us that we need to head to Killer Croc's lair. There we can find some spores that will help us create a cure. We then realize that Joker has given Ivy the serum, and her plants begin to take over the entire island, changing pathways and areas that we have access to. We eventually head to Arkham Mansion, where we're given directions to Croc's lair. Batman is drugged one final time by Scarecrow and is forced to confront the villain a final time. He gets scared off and heads into Croc's lair. Scarecrow is about to drop his toxins into Gotham's water supply, but is gobbled up by Killer Croc himself. We now have to venture through this lair, grabbing the spores one by one. This is a timely pursuit, and also a dangerous one. We have to walk on wooden platforms, but if we run too fast or shake the platforms too much, Croc will auto-kill us. We can use the line launcher to avoid this. Croc will also jump out of the water and attack us at certain points. Here we have to hit his shock collar with a batarang to knock him into the water. Once we find all the spores, we have to make our way back through the lair and run from the beast. Once we do, the gate is locked, but we explode some detonating gel and Croc goes down, unable to come after Batman. This boss fight was an alright try. It was clearly very stylized specifically to Killer Croc, but it also just overstays its welcome. It takes way longer than it should, and making little mistakes can make the encounter frustrating. I appreciate the effort taken with the fight in general, and the structure and style is good, it just takes a little too long to make it through. Batman heads back to his cave to make the cure for the Titan serum. Once he heads outside, he realizes that the Joker plans to contaminate the water supply with this new creation. We have to quickly stop this by disabling pumping stations. We then head to the Botanical Gardens once again to fight Ivy. She thought that the Titan serum was destroying her plants, but she didn't realize that it was actually making them stronger. She gets in a strange cockpit-like plant and begins to battle us. Here we have to fight Ivy, throwing batarangs at her orb and damaging her when she opens it. The entire time she'll shoot projectiles at us, send her mind-controlled minions at Batman, and shoot tangles of vines up at him to try and subdue him. We have to avoid all of these attacks while still damaging her. Eventually, when she goes down, we have to hit her with the explosive gel twice to fully get rid of her. Here, we begin the end of the game. Joker's party has begun, and Batman is invited. Before we talk about the end of the game, we should really talk about Joker as a character. He's probably the most famous villain, and probably the most talked about and analyzed one. But the most interesting part about Joker and Batman is their relationship. Joker is clearly Batman's arch nemesis. He is the core villain to Batman, to Bruce Wayne, to the larger mythos. He is present in most of the largest stories in the Batman universe. His on-screen portrayals range from iconic to absolute dog shit. He's also, of course, entered epic meme status, and it's kind of hard to have a serious conversation about him at this point, just because of how much he's been propelled into funny boy mode.
We live in a society.
His character is appealing for a lot of reasons. One of the main reasons is that he's kind of an enigma. Most portrayals, at least modern ones, don't tend to give him an origin story. We don't know exactly where this man came from, why he's doing this, even what he wants. It's in this mystery that lies the appeal of the Joker. Why does this madman want chaos? Joker is also unpredictable. You never know how far he is willing to go to bring down Batman. Will he just kill innocents? Will he target Batman's family? Most famously, in The Killing Joke, the Joker paralyzes Barbara Gordon, Commissioner Gordon's daughter. He also brutally murdered Jason Todd. This all seems to be in the service of chaos. He just wants to watch things fall down. He wants to psychologically break Batman. He doesn't want to kill our hero. He wants to bring the most violent tragedy down upon him. But Batman has his part in this relationship too. In my opinion, this dynamic most exemplifies the relationship between Batman and his villains. The Joker needs Batman. He needs someone to toy with. He needs a purpose in this world. Even in the Dark Knight Returns comic, we see that the Joker was passively biding his time in Arkham Asylum until Batman came back. There was no reason for him to plot, to scheme, to try and destroy the fabric of society without Batman around. But once he is around, he has a reason to live, a reason to exist. But there's a certain element of this that comes from Batman's side as well. He needs the Joker. He needs this consistent force from the other side, constantly challenging him, constantly pushing the limits and giving him a reason to fight. These two are destined to meet every time. They are drawn together by the universe, fated to go at it again and again, fighting an endless battle with no side ever the victor. This dynamic is incredibly strange and has been portrayed in many different ways over the years, but it's easily the most interesting in Batman's world. When Batman arrives at the party, he is greeted by a gang of Joker's goons and Titan brutes. Eventually, Joker shoots the Titan serum at Commissioner Gordon and Batman jumps in front of it. It doesn't change him, though. Joker decides to inject himself with the serum, and we jump ahead to some news copters on the roof. We then see a monstrous version of the Joker, horribly mutated by the serum. He carries Batman up to the roof. It's clear what he wants here. He wants a to-the-death battle, a final showdown between him and Batman, both mutated beyond belief. He wants an epic battle to rival all interactions that they've had thus far. Batman doesn't give this to him, though. He injects himself with the antidote, and we have to fight Joker as Batman fights every villain, with the tools that he has at his disposal. Here, we have to defeat Joker, our final boss of the game. We have to defeat waves of his goons and then pull him down with our Ultra Bat Claw. He'll then get his incredibly long claws stuck in the ground, and we can beat on him. We have to do this 3 times before he goes down for good. Batman sprays explosive gel on his knuckles and punches Joker in the face. We see Batman talking to Commissioner Gordon, who tells him that the effects of the Titan serum are starting to wane on Joker and the others who are now in custody. Batman's work is not done, though, because he then hears that Two-Face is robbing a bank in Gotham, and Batman heads off to do what he does best. We then see a crate of Titan serum floating in the water, and a randomized appearance of a villain grabs it. We can actually see either Bane, Scarecrow, or Killer Croc here. This clearly sets the game up for a sequel and pushes the narrative that just because we won today doesn't mean that the battle is over. This isn't really the end of Arkham Asylum, though. We can of course pursue the Riddler after the game is over. Completing all of the Riddler challenges takes quite a bit of time. Collecting all of the trophies, solving the riddles, finding the Joker teeth, and pursuing the Spirit of Arkham collectibles will take us a bit. Speaking of the Spirit of Arkham, we can find messages from a mysterious person who is the supposed spirit of this dead man. This turns out to be Quincy Sharp, who is actually planning to create an Arkham City, uniting Arkham and Blackgate. Completing all of these will also unlock tons of character profiles and character trophies for us. These 3D models of the different characters in the game are actually really cool. I feel like character trophies are kind of a lost art. They used to appear in all sorts of games and were just a nice little touch to let you inspect the models in the menu. Now they don't appear too often, but looking back, it was always a nice touch, something else to collect and take a look at. There are also tons of optional challenges that we can complete after we've finished the story. These are split up into combat and stealth challenges. Both require us to defeat certain amounts of enemies, sometimes in specific ways to earn points. I didn't really spend too much time on the challenges, as I never really found much fun in them. They're not bad for a bit, but I know that people get a lot more obsessed with these than me. We can also play as the Joker here, though, which is pretty fun. He mostly functions the same, but has completely different animations to Batman. He moves differently and uses some signature clown prince style. Batman Arkham Asylum has quite a legacy. It kickstarted a new style, a new idea, that games based around superheroes could branch out and create their own stories. It's known for what it did to games, but it's also a great game in general, and still works today. For a game that's almost 14 years old, it really doesn't show its age. There are a few small things that make it seem dated, but just playing it doesn't make it feel like it came out that long ago. Its interesting presentation and style makes it stand out amongst other cape-shit games. It's got a dark, gritty feeling to the entire environment. All of the characters follow this trend as well. This would be expected in today's environment, but back in 2009, it was something new and interesting. The combat flows like water, fighting off enemies feels so smooth. It both physically feels nice to do it, rewarding and satisfying, but also makes us feel closer to the character that we're actually playing. The story is top-notch as well. It does a great job at introducing us to this version of Batman, this adaptation. But at the same time, it doesn't waste its time on things that we already know. It decides to forego the things that other origin stories would do and spends its time wisely, giving information we're less likely to assume. It's an origin, but not an origin at the same time. This game is also just a perfect setup for this Arkham universe in general. It perfectly creates a place that it can tell more interesting stories in. The game really gets these characters right. It's clear that the developers did their research. They posed the right questions about Batman and his villains in the fans' minds. It does the cast of villains justice as well, creating specific situations and amounts of time that the game can spend on giving these villains their spotlight. It creates that world that these villains feel like they've spent time in. It feels like Batman knows these people, he has a history with them, and they have a history with him. They have grudges, and so does he. The atmosphere is great as well. Flying around the island, looking for little secrets, it feels like a comic book come to life. The music, environments, sounds, and voices all work together to create this assemblage of elements that just works in every way. Arkham Asylum isn't a perfect game, but it is a great start. It's incredibly memorable, it stands the test of time, and would be just the beginning for what Rocksteady would do with these characters. Batman Arkham Asylum was met with critical acclaim. It still holds a 92% for the Xbox 360 version of the game. Critics thought it was a masterpiece at the time, some outlets even calling it the greatest comic book game of all time. Specifically, the game's world design and details were praised. Critics loved its simplicity and combat. Some pointed out that the boss fights were repetitive and tedious, most calling it the weakest part of the game. Fans loved the game, and Arkham Asylum sold 2 million units in its first 3 weeks on the market. By October 2011, the game had sold 4.3 million copies worldwide. Arkham Asylum was a clear success, and Rocksteady was ready to create another entry in this series. Before development on Arkham Asylum had finished, the team had already thought about ideas for a sequel. This was clear in Arkham Asylum with the hints and secrets pointing toward Quincy Sharp creating an Arkham City. They wanted to do this so that if a sequel did get made, the two games felt connected in a realistic way, rather than just a tacked-on second entry. The main idea for the game was to move outside of the walls of Arkham Asylum and into the wider world of Gotham. The team wanted Gotham to be a realistic setting that felt like the world that fans had seen in the comics, rather than a bland city with empty streets. The team decided against providing Batman with a usable Batmobile in Arkham City. This was because it would make the game work completely different. They thought that the gliding and grapple gun would be enough traversal for players. It also didn't make sense because the city was mostly destroyed, and the Batmobile wouldn't be able to get over the wrecked terrain. The director for Arkham City stated that the game's key goal was to deliver a Batman in Gotham feeling. This was core to the atmosphere and the environment of the game. It was also core to the story. Kevin Conroy, who returned to voice Batman, also commented that the game's story was much darker, relating it to Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. The team had many ideas for new gadgets in this entry, but decided to only include the ones that made sense and felt authentic to Batman. They also made the decision to let the character keep the gadgets obtained in the first game, so that it felt like Batman was prepared for the situation to come. Arkham City was developed to be 5 times larger than the Asylum. Rocksteady wanted to broaden the scope of the game. They wanted players to be able to feel like they were gliding through a massive space and swinging up to buildings. This in turn caused the team to introduce tons of new challenges and secrets in the world for players to find. It was important as well that the city feel segmented into different territories, controlled by different villains. The city was designed so that players could notice who controlled the area they were in when they entered it. The city and environment were such a large task that Rocksteady had to expand from 75 people to over 100, and Arkham City also required a massive crunch period to get it finished. Batman Arkham City was released on October 18th, 2011 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. A few notes before we get into the game. Arkham City was re-released as a part of a remaster of the first two games in the series called Return to Arkham. This was mostly a visual upgrade and was the same version that I played in the Arkham Asylum video. This was the most accessible version of Arkham City and just generally looks good and runs great. It also included all of the DLC and pre-order bonuses that were released for the game, which was a lot. Arkham City begins with a bit of scene setting. The game takes place months after Arkham Asylum. Quincy Sharp is now mayor of Gotham City after declaring the Joker situation at the asylum his success rather than Batman's. It's clear at this point that his whole Spirit of Arkham ordeal from the previous game was a full-fledged corruption. He's now just as much of a villain as the rest of them. Sharp has converted some of Gotham City's slums into Arkham City, his new, massive, city-sized penitentiary. We actually begin the game not as Batman, but as Catwoman. This was part of a DLC that was released. It was released after the main game, but interweaves itself into the story of Arkham City. We will play as Catwoman a few times throughout the course of the tale. This first mission is pretty short. Catwoman is trying to steal some goods from Two-Face's vault and has to defeat his goons. After she gets her shot at the money, she is kidnapped. We then begin the game and see the true state of Gotham. It's become a police state. Citizens are whisked away to the city-wide mega prison even for the most simple of crimes. Bruce Wayne is now speaking in public against Sharp's decisions. This urban sprawl that's now become chaos is clearly not what Bruce wants for his city. But soon, Tiger Security swoops in and takes Bruce away. Tiger is working for Hugo Strange. Strange is an incredibly OG villain in Batman's history. He originally was depicted as a mad scientist, but eventually became a character obsessed with Batman's true identity. He constantly wants to know who is really behind the mask. Now he holds the reins over Tiger, who is a powerful force in the city, originally contracted by Sharp for the policing of this new city. Strange has now captured Bruce and is going to reveal his identity. He's also going to take control over Arkham City. As Bruce, we're now out of control. We're locked in a chair without the suit, without the gadgets. We have nothing. We're not playing Batman here. We're playing Bruce Wayne. Bruce breaks out of his binds, but very quickly he's attacked and led into another area. We're left with the rest of the inmates and are eventually attacked by them. The Penguin decides to use this situation to his advantage to take out Bruce Wayne, a great threat to him. We take these goons out and take out the Penguin with one punch. I like this little touch for the character, as Penguin really isn't strong on his own. It's his connections and his influence that make him powerful. His physical prowess is actually quite lackluster. We have to climb to higher ground and contact Alfred so that Bruce can get his suit. It's at this point that Bruce has become Batman. We're no longer playing the millionaire playboy from Gotham City, we're playing the Dark Knight. I really like this intro. It's quite an advanced version of what we saw in Arkham Asylum. We're introduced to the situation at hand, the antagonists that we're up against, but it also develops the character that we're playing. Bruce is automatically lesser when he isn't in the suit, not just because he doesn't have his gadgets, but because he doesn't have his symbol. He isn't the Dark Knight. He isn't the Bat. He isn't the Shadow of Gotham City. This is a concept that's often touched upon in adaptations of Batman, the comics, and especially in the Christopher Nolan films. But Batman isn't just a man with gadgets and a cape. He's more than that. He's a symbol for justice, for something better. He's an inspiration in the city. He inspires others. But Bruce isn't close to that. He can do certain things, and he can have an impact in the city, but he can't do what Batman can do. So when we put on the suit, it's time to do what Batman can do. Our first mission is to save Catwoman from Two-Face. We head to the courthouse and find her being held in a trial led by the villain himself. We have to defeat Two-Face's goons. This seems as good a time as ever to talk about combat in Arkham City. The combat in Arkham City works very similar to Arkham Asylum, at least in core structure. The free flow combat is back. We can flow between enemies, attacking and countering assaults when indicated. This is the bread and butter of our combat. Keeping this up without getting hit or missing for a while will keep our combat multiplier growing. When we get up to a certain combo, we can use in-combat gadgets. An especially useful one is an auto takedown, which knocks out an enemy in the middle of combat. This is relatively the same as Arkham Asylum, though. It's the new additions that are particularly interesting. We have a ton more things to do in combat. We can get a powered up mode if we get our combo particularly high. We can cast a storm around us or even mass take down enemies on the ground. There's a ton of depth here, and Arkham City really expands upon the system from the previous entry. It really gives this system a whole new level that can be experienced. The genius of this system is that it can be experienced on a surface level very easily. We can spend the entire game just using attacks and counters, and the whole thing will work really well. But if we want more depth from the system, we can go much further. When we start to incorporate other elements, we start to think about every move we make. Every button press has to be purposeful. The game even introduces critical strikes, which force us to focus on our timing for each attack to be able to eliminate enemies quicker. Timing, placing the correct attacks on the correct enemies, placing attacks at the correct time, everything has to be perfect if we want to get a great combo. The other element that I think has been massively upgraded is that Arkham City's combat just feels much more smooth. In Arkham Asylum, it feels like we're slicing through water with the current, but Arkham City feels like we're just slicing through air. The system just flows so incredibly well, and if we make a mistake, it feels like our problem, not the system's. Like I said before, there's a rhythm to the combat, and getting good at fighting a pack of goons is just a matter of finding that tune. There's a song being sung somewhere in the wilderness, and we just have to listen for it. The Predator sections also return in this entry. Of course, if it's a Batman game, we have to have some form of stealth. It's ingrained in Batman's character that he has to skulk in the shadows. He has to sneak up on enemies and take them out from where they can't see him. Now, I did remark that I'm not a huge fan of stealth, and the Arkham Asylum stealth sections did seem to slow the game down for me, but I think they're mostly fixed and greatly improved in Arkham City. The system itself, again, at its core, works much the same to Arkham Asylum. We can stealth around and take down enemies by sneaking up on them, take them out from vantage points, glide kick and take them down. There's a myriad of ways for us to eliminate thugs. There's also a lot more that we can do with this system as well. Just in general, much more mechanics are introduced than in the previous game. This isn't really the biggest improvement though. I think the biggest improvement to the game is that it just feels quicker. One of my biggest complaints with the previous entry is that the stealth sections just seem to slow down the whole experience. It provides a wild contrast to the combat sections where we're quickly rushing around an arena punishing enemies, but now I think that the system has been quickened a bit. Including stealth sections is always going to slow down a game because stealth is at its core about patience. But I think that there's a fine balance here. We need to have enough patience to make the system engaging, but the system can't be so slow that it makes the game feel like it's dragging. The enemies just feel like they move much more. There's more activity and more opportunity to attack, which means less waiting around. There's also a certain flow to this system. Just like combat, we have to tune ourselves in with the flow of enemies. We have to see where we are and touch the pulse of the room. The level up system has been expanded as well to include a lot more upgrades. We level up when we get enough experience. The experience comes from completing missions, fighting enemies, and tackling side objectives. We can now upgrade much more, and there's a lot more variety here in the way we can decide to go. Obviously, we aren't going to miss out on anything, but we can focus upgrades first where we think we might be weak. For example, I picked the upgrades that focused on stealth because I knew that I was weaker in that area and that I liked stealth less, so I wanted it to be easier. The whole of the combat system has been greatly upgraded and works fantastic. It took everything that Arkham Asylum did and just pushed it up a notch. The whole system just makes us feel like Batman. In both ways. Even if I like the stealth system less because of my bias, it still feels like we are Batman. We feel like we're lurking in the shadows, that we have way more information than the enemies that we're fighting. We have the upper hand because of our tech, because of our planning and our intellect. The free-flow combat system really makes us feel like a superhero, but it doesn't make us feel like a god, not like Superman, the Flash, or Chad, Green Lantern. We feel like a man who's fighting with the equipment that he has and the information that he has. He's battling enemies in the best way that he knows how, the only way that he can. It's a great system in general, and jumping across the battlefield, bouncing from enemy to enemy, always just feels fun. Once we defeat Two-Face's goons, Catwoman traps the villain for us. She almost gets shot. We can then use our detective mode to track the crime scene. Here we find the ballistics on the shot that came through the window. We can trace this shot back, jumping across the city to find the source. We track it back to the medical center where we find Harley Quinn. She tells us that Joker wants to see Batman, but the Joker isn't up to finding him right now. We take out the goons in the church and solve a riddle from the Riddler before heading upstairs and finding the source of the shot. It came from a sniper that was rigged up to fire. The Joker has also rigged up the top of the cathedral to explode. Luckily, after we escape, we tap into the radio signal that Joker was communicating from. We can follow the signal to the steel mill. We dive into the chimney on the mill and head inside, avoiding the treacherous fires below. One thing that's also been greatly improved in Arkham City is the traversal. We travel across the city mostly the same, by grappling and gliding, but it's the environmental design and the grappling upgrade that makes it work so well. First of all, the city provides us many more buildings that we can grapple from to make traveling a lot easier. The amount of grapple points has been increased tenfold. There are so many more places to travel on, to walk on, to climb from. The environment in general just has a lot more to offer. There's so much more to see here. Riddles to solve, trophies to find, and Easter eggs to look for. But with all that additional surface, it makes it way easier to travel from point A to point B. This again puts us in the shoes of the characters a lot more. As Batman, we shouldn't be just gliding onto the ground and then walking around the world. We should be jumping across rooftops, not seen by the men on the street unless we deign to drop on top of them and attack. The other reason that traversal works so well is that we get a key upgrade that aids in traversal. After we complete the first set of AR challenges, short missions that see us flying through green highlighted rings, we get the grapnel upgrade. This allows us to boost off of a grapple, which launches us into the air straight into a glide. This allows us to effectively never touch the ground. It makes traversal so much more smooth. We can also dive bomb and lift up to launch ourselves further. This again makes us effectively fly. We can just keep diving and launching up. As long as we have the room, we can carry this as far as we want. Traversal in general has just been upgraded in service of making us actually feel like Batman. There are many ways that we can travel across the city, but whatever way we choose, we're doing it quickly and we're staying above the enemies or in the shadows. Heading through the steel mill, we eventually see that Harley has captured a Gotham worker and decides to torture them a bit more. We have to take down a huge group of Joker's goons. One of them is larger with only one arm. These brutes have to be taken out by using the beat-down mechanic. We can use our cape to stun the enemy and then deliver a quick succession of blows to them. This can be a great way of racking up an incredible combo very fast. Harley escapes to a room above us with Joker inside. We can't get in yet though. We have to take out some goons further inside and rescue a medical worker. Here we get access to the remote medical charge. This is a very useful gadget. We can stun enemies in combat. We can also take them down in stealth by activating a nearby power generator. We can also use this for exploration. By activating generators for different doors, we can get past them. We talked about it when referencing development, but one of my favorite parts of this sequel is that we keep all of our gadgets from the previous game. Most sequels generally take the upgrades from the character away. There's a trend of sequels having some sort of story beat in the beginning of the game that rips the character's upgrades and powers away. We then have to climb our way back to the top, gaining the same upgrades and new ones across the course of the entry. Arkham City doesn't do this. We played the first game, we know what we had, and we're only going to get more upgrades as we move forward. This creates a permanence to the character. It feels like we're playing the same Batman from the previous game, not a different iteration. It also makes us feel like the things we did in the previous game weren't wasted. The nice thing about the gadgets in Arkham City is that they all serve a dual purpose. The first is usually in combat. We can use these to stun or take down enemies. The second is that they serve a purpose in the environment as well. There's usually multiple uses for these gadgets, and that just makes them feel more useful in general. We use this new electrical gadget to get back to the main chamber of the mill. Here we can use the charge to swing the hook above and smash it into the door that Joker and Harley are behind. Once we get inside, Harley seems to be mourning the Joker, who looks as if he's dying in a chair. He looks sickly and grotesque, and Batman confirms that he's dead. Harley chastises Batman for chasing Joker this long.
I said move!
This is all your fault! You've hounded him for years!
This is a trap, though, because Batman is ambushed by the real Joker. The one in the chair was a fake. He's hit with gas and knocked out by Harley. We then switch over to Catwoman again. Catwoman's moveset is actually a little different than Batman's. Her traversal is probably where the biggest change lies. She can't grapple straight to buildings like Batman can. She can use her whip to shoot up to ledges, but she has to climb the building that she's heading to. We can time button presses to climb faster up the building. I like this little difference because it shows just how powerful Batman really is. The fact that he can glide quickly over rooftops in the city clearly gives him an advantage over everyone else. Catwoman also uses her whip to fight and engage in Predator sections of the game. This doesn't really change the moves that we can do all that much. We can still upgrade Catwoman to a certain extent, but we definitely don't have access to the wide variety of gadgets that Batman does. She has some alternative gadgets that will slow and stun enemies, but it's not such a big difference that we need to really worry about it. When traversing around buildings, Catwoman can actually crawl on ceilings that have grates. This can be useful in stealth and for exploration. Catwoman heads back to her hideout to get her equipment. This gives us access to the Caltrops gadget. Our next goal is to break into Poison Ivy's lair. Once we get there, Poison Ivy lashes out at Catwoman for destroying her flowers. We have to fight Poison Ivy's goons here, mind-controlled people. We have to climb up to the top of this building, and Poison Ivy captures Catwoman, telling her that she won't help her again. Catwoman is an interesting character, one that actually began as one of Batman's villains. She turned into more of an anti-hero, though. She often works with Batman, helps him out when he needs it, but will turn against him if it suits her purposes. She doesn't really show allegiance to either side, just doing what's best for her. We then cut back to Batman waking up from being beaten by Harley Quinn. Joker is telling her to get back and coughing. Turns out Joker is actually sick. He's clearly dying. Something is wrong with his blood. He reveals that he injected his blood into Batman, so whatever sickness Joker has, Batman has too. This is a ploy to get Batman to find a cure. If he can cure himself, then he can cure Joker too. This is pretty symbolic. A piece of Joker is inside Batman. They are one in the same at the cellular level. These two are more similar than they think, and now they have a similar goal. On top of that, Joker has been shipping his blood to emergency rooms. Batman thinks this is the fated Protocol 10 that he's heard about, but Joker denies that. He kicks Batman out the window and he wakes up on a rooftop with a cell phone taped to his chest. Joker says that Mr. Freeze had worked on a cure for their disease, but he's no longer contacting him. Our next goal is to find Mr. Freeze. We have a climate analyzer that will show us the coldest spot in Arkham. Mr. Freeze isn't there when we arrive though, and we find out that the Penguin has kidnapped him in the museum. When we arrive, we realize that the Penguin has started scrambling the radio signals nearby, so we won't be able to get inside. We have to disable these machines so that we can hack the doors. When we find the Penguin, he tells us that because he's a collector, he wants to collect Batman. He releases his horde of goons on us and we have to fight our way through. He gives us a Titan to fight as well. These guys are a little different than the ones we saw in Arkham Asylum. Now we can stun them with our cape and attack them to use them as a weapon in the battlefield. They'll usually go down after 3 successful attacks. We can solve some puzzles to make our way through the museum. Once we get to the main room, we find out that Penguin has gotten a hold of Mr. Freeze's gun. He's frozen the water in between him and us. He's also trapped many of the Gotham PD officers in here. We have to make our way around the room and save these folks. We can use small barges to travel across the unfrozen parts of the water, utilizing our bat claw to pull us along. The ice is also very treacherous, and if we walk too quick, we get eaten by a shark, just like in Croc's lair from the previous game. After rescuing some of the soldiers, we find Freeze, who is not surviving well without his suit. Mr. Freeze generally has the same story in most of his adaptations. He had a wife who he loved greatly, but she was dying. He tried to research cryogenic technologies to save her, but his lab was destroyed in an explosion. This explosion caused him to only be able to survive in cold temperatures. This is why he needs his suit. He won't survive without it. He's generally a villain to Batman, but obviously here we need his help. This is a common thread in Batman stories, seemingly more than other superheroes. Batman is often forced to team up with the very villains that he faces. This is usually a part of Batman's strategy to use these people when he can. It works to his advantage, and he usually turns on them in the end, taking them back to jail or Arkham. Once we get Freeze's suit, we find the Disruptor inside. This will deactivate his own gun. We can use this on Penguin as he tries to use Freeze's weapon against us. We deliver one punch to the Penguin and he's defeated. But that's not quite the story, because the Penguin blows up the platform Batman is standing on and he's sent into the lower floor, right into where Solomon Grundy is being kept. Grundy's real name was actually Cyrus Gold. Ages ago, he was a murderer and tried to hide in a swamp from his pursuers. Here, strange magical forces doomed him into immortality. Now he exists as an undead, unable to die but unable to live. Grundy is a pretty easy boss fight in general, but one with decent mechanics. We can quickfire our explosive gel by holding the left trigger and hitting square. We can use this to detonate the 3 engines on the floor. We have to do this while avoiding the myriad of attacks that Grundy will throw at us with his balls and chains. This allows us to punch him, but the engines bring him back to life. I really like Grundy's design in this game. He very much resembles a demon from a hack-and-slash game. He looks like something we'd see in Devil May Cry or God of War, but seeing him here makes us realize that not everyone is like Batman. There are people that Batman fights that do have powers, that are gods or devils. We have to do another phase of this fight and Grundy goes down, but as Batman tries to finish him, he gets up and plunges his hand into an electrical box, reviving himself. We have to destroy the engines once more, now avoiding waves of electricity that Grundy shoots at us. He finally goes down, stuck inside the machine that he was using, and we destroy his heart. The Penguin decides to finish the job on Batman himself, but again, he's no powerhouse. We take him out with a few punches. Mr. Freeze then shows up, with his suit in his possession. He threatens the Penguin, but holds back from actually hurting him. He traps him in one of the museum exhibits. Freeze will be instrumental in helping us develop a cure. Freeze was able to develop a cure very easily already, but he needs a specific element to create it. The enzyme that they need will break down incredibly quickly. Synthesizing it will take decades. Batman knows somebody that has quite a bit of interaction with this enzyme, Ra's al Ghul. Just then, one of Ra's al Ghul's agents escapes from a nearby case and runs away. Luckily, she left a blood trail and we can track Ra's down. He's been around for quite a long time. He's effectively immortal with the use of his Lazarus Pit. He's hundreds of years old and is the head of something called the League of Assassins. His main goal is to take down humanity because he believes they are a scourge on the planet. He may have the key to the creation of this cure that could save not only countless lives, but Batman's as well. We trace the blood trail through Gotham and eventually arrive and have to chase down the assassin. Once we do, Batman plants a tracker on her so that we can find her base. Robin then arrives to defeat the assassins, but Batman tells him to stand down. This version of Robin is Tim Drake, inspired by Batman while watching the Flying Graysons. He then found out Batman's identity and tracked him down to train with him. Robin was worried about Batman, which is why he tracked him down this time. Batman gives him a sample of his blood and tells him to check the hospitals and find anyone with this blood in them. Robin is very worried about Hugo Strange knowing Batman's identity. Robin gives Batman the line launcher and heads off. This is the only gadget from the last game that we don't get access to at the beginning of Arkham City. We use the tracker to find out the location of Ra's al Ghul's headquarters. When heading through the sewers to get to the entrance, Batman starts to suffer from the disease that Joker injected him with. He's slowly dying over time. He doesn't have much space to get this cure, so he needs to move fast. We eventually find the entrance to Ra's al Ghul's base. There are some sort of robots here, long deactivated, but they have some sort of data on them. We have to seek out all of the robots and scan them to find the real entrance to the lair. Once we find the secret entrance and head through, Bruce begins to collapse. He sees his parents calling to him from the light. He refuses to let himself succumb to the disease. Oracle lets him know that he doesn't have much time left. The assassins ambush him, but someone stops them. Talia al Ghul, the heir to the League of Assassins. She is the daughter of Ra's al Ghul and has been known to get in the sheets with Bruce every once in a while. She tells Batman that only the successor to the League of Assassins can stand before him. She wants Batman to take over the League. This is usually what Ra's wants for Batman as well. Bruce says that he wishes to become a part of the League, that he's changed his mind since his new fate is ever approaching death. First, Batman has to prove himself, though. He drinks from a chalice, and we're transported to some sort of spiritual otherworld. This is where we learn to dive bomb. We have to fly from pillar to pillar without touching the environment. Completing the trials, we have proven ourselves, but have to find Ra's. Ra's al Ghul stands beside the Lazarus Pit, the thing that keeps him alive eternally. Ra's wants us to kill him to replace him as the head of the demon, but Batman doesn't kill. He was just using this situation to get a sample of Ra's al Ghul's blood for the cure. Ra's falls into the Lazarus Pit and comes back stronger. Then, it's time to fight him. His boss fight is pretty big, but very simple. We have to defeat some sand copies of Ra's, and he turns into a massive version of himself. We have to shoot electrical charges at him, aiming for the gaps in the wall he's created around himself. Once we do this, we can beat him down, and for a brief moment, we see reality, as Talia tries to convince Batman to take over the League of Assassins. Once we do this phase rotation twice, Ra's takes Talia hostage. He threatens to kill his own daughter unless Batman takes over. We get a new gadget here, the Rebound Batarang, which aids us in taking out Ra's. Batman takes some of his blood, and Talia is enraged at both Ra's and Batman. Ra's reveals that the Lazarus Pit has begun to not work on him anymore. It's starting to warp his mind and body. He's lived for far too long, and he can go on no longer. Batman tells him to end his crusade or he'll be coming back. On the way outside, we find out the mayor has been kidnapped. We may be able to get some information on Hugo Strange from him. When he's interrogated by Batman, he tells us that Hugo Strange approached him back at Arkham. He said he had connections, and all Sharp had to do was turn a blind eye to Strange's experiments. In turn, he would ensure that Sharp was elected. Batman casts Sharp aside, and Oracle again warns him that his health is deteriorating quickly. Batman wants to find out who Strange was working with, but we have to get the cure working first. We head back to the Gotham City Police Department to talk to Mr. Freeze. He uses Ra's blood to create a cure for the disease. He puts the cure in a safe, but before he gives Batman one of the doses, he destroys it. Mr. Freeze has begun to rebel. He wants his wife back. The Joker currently has her. He demands that we bring him his wife before he gives us the cure. We then have to fight Mr. Freeze. This is a stealth battle. We can't really fight Mr. Freeze head on because he has his gun. There are many ways that we can go about this fight. We basically have to find different ways to take down Freeze and damage him, but as soon as we use one method, he adapts and we can't use it again. There are many ways we can do this. Tons of different takedowns from vents, ledges, behind walls, or from behind. We can also stun him with magnets or take him down from above. Once we get enough hits on him, Freeze goes down for good. Batman unlocks the safe nearby and heads to grab the cure. Freeze still begs for Batman to find Nora, but the cure is gone from the safe. Harley Quinn already took it. Freeze can't synthesize anymore, so we're going to have to go steal it back. Freeze gives us a brand new gadget, which is incredibly useful. It's a freeze grenade that can stun enemies in combat, allowing us to attack or hold them off for a time. We can also use this to create platforms in water, which we can use to float across and get to other places. It can also be used to close off steam vents, so it's a really useful tool. On our way outside, Vicky Vale, a local news reporter, goes down in her helicopter, and we have to quickly save her from the criminals that are trying to take her out. Joker then calls us. He caused the accident as a distraction so that Harley could get the cure back to Joker. Now we're forced to head to him. We have to break back into the steel mill. This requires us to solve many puzzles and defeat tons of goons. In the next area, there's mines scattered about the room. We have to take out enemies while being wary of the mines on the ground. This is especially important in this stealth section because exploding mines definitely alert enemies that we're there. We eventually find Joker in the mill. He still looks terrible, even worse than the deteriorating Batman, but his makeup covers up his terrible face. He tries to fight us and we beat him up pretty quick, but he summons tons of enemies. We have to take down all of these guys at once. Joker turns the tables and is about to cut up Batman, but Talia shows up. She offers the Joker the head of the League of Assassins, and he accepts. She signals, though, that this is a ruse, that she has a tracker placed on her. We then jump back to Catwoman. Poison Ivy's last flower is stuck in Hugo Strange's vault, and she wants us to go find it. We have to pickpocket some keycards off guards, and once inside the vault, we find Catwoman's loot. We can take this and leave, but we're presented with two options. With Batman literally dying on the ground in the steel mill, Catwoman is tempted to go save him. That means she'd have to leave her spoils. She does decide to go save the Caped Crusader because she can't just leave him there. She rescues Batman, and Batman finally needs to stop Protocol 10. This is a move made by Hugo Strange to start killing inmates if they ever started to revolt. There are helicopters flying around the city, shooting tons of people and killing them in cold blood. We have to scan these helicopters to find the master control program. This allows us to hack Tiger encrypted consoles. We can then infiltrate Wonder Tower. This is Tiger's base of operations and where Hugo Strange is located. We begin scaling this tower. Strange confronts Batman over video. He tells him that he's the one to blame for everything that's happened. If he never existed, none of the villains at present would be there. This reflection is common in Batman stories, but he doesn't let it stop him. We eventually get to the top of the tower, grappling our way up above. We confront Strange, and Oracle shuts the Wonder Tower down. Batman shows Strange what's happened to the city, but he loves it, showing no signs of remorse. Hugo begins to talk about his powerful friends and how he can't be stopped, but he's killed, run through with a sword, by Ra's al Ghul. Ra's was behind this all along, controlling Strange with the offer that he could replace him at the end of this. Strange begs for more time to finish his work, but Ra's refuses. He says that Batman can't stop what's coming. This is just the beginning. Strange activates a program on his computer which blows up Wonder Tower, catapulting Batman and Ra's into the air. Ra's is then impaled on a fence, and Batman makes his way out. The Joker contacts Batman, having already captured Talia al Ghul. He invites Batman to the movie theater for a red carpet event. We follow Talia's tracker to the theater. Here we have to strategically remove the snipers pointing weapons at the entrance. We finally get inside, and Joker kicks Talia. He tells Batman that it's too late and asks our hero for the cure, but we don't have it. It's then that Talia stabs Joker with a sword. Batman scolds her for this, telling her that there's always a choice, that they don't have to kill. Talia took the cure back from Harley, but we see flashbacks to all of Joker's moves from this game. Turns out that wasn't Joker the whole time. Talia is shot by the real Joker, who's very much still diseased. He says that sometimes it was him and sometimes it was someone else. Joker again asks for the cure. We realize that the Joker that was stabbed wasn't a body double, but it was Clayface. Clayface clearly has the ability to impersonate others. He was shortly in the first game as an answer to a riddle. We have to defeat this boss, the final one of the game. We have to use our freeze blast on him, which slows the boss down. We can also avoid his roll attacks so that he slams into caches of explosives around the room. When his health is low enough, we get chances to slice him up with the sword still in his back. Joker blows up the floor, and we fight the last phase of this boss down below. He summons clay goons to fight us. They only take one hit to slice through with our new sword. We have to freeze Clayface when he shows himself and eventually damage him enough to stun him. When this is done, Batman jumps inside of his mouth and cuts him up from the inside. He then finally takes the cure. The disease is gone from Batman. He is saved. Clayface is knocked into the Lazarus pit and the building explodes. When Batman wakes up, he has just enough cure left for Joker. Joker begs for the cure. It's the only way he'll survive. But he says something important.
What are you waiting for? Come on! I killed your girlfriend, poisoned Gotham and hell. It's not even breakfast. But so what? We all know you'll save me.
We all know you'll save me. Batman considers whether or not to give the cure to the Joker. Joker stabs Batman in the arm and he drops it on the ground. Batman says that he would have saved the Joker, and he thinks it's funny. He dies, laughing one last time, gasping for air on the ground, a smile on his face. Batman carries his body out of the theater and refuses to comment on what happened inside. The game ends with our hero walking away from the scene. Now, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, I have to respect the fact that the writers decided to actually kill off Joker. The Joker really has some super big plot armor. Obviously, he's a pretty important character, and the writers like to keep him around. He's iconic and a big draw for comics, games, movies, and even TV shows. It's not a great idea to kill him off if you want to keep your numbers high. Now, this isn't an insanely brave thing. The Joker has been killed before, but this was really only the second entry in the series, and the writers got rid of probably the most iconic villain in the series. I think it was a good move, though. It allows them to explore some complex ideas with his death, and it also was just bold to do in the first place. It allowed the team to branch out and focus on other villains, tackling larger challenges. There's also a lot more here than just killing Joker. This means a lot for Batman's character as well. Batman actually considers killing Joker for a moment. He has to weigh the options, whether saving him would just mean disgracing all of the lives that he's taken. If he saves Joker, the lives he will inevitably take again in the future will also be on Batman's hands. He'll be responsible for him yet again, when he escapes Arkham and kills hundreds, even thousands. But Batman still doesn't kill him. He still decides to rise above all that, because that's what Batman is. He's a symbol, an inspiration. He has a responsibility to be better, to show people that someone can be better in a corrupt city, a criminal world. But the Joker stabs Batman. He gets overzealous and spells his own downfall. In the end, the Joker doesn't seem to fear death. He isn't angry. He isn't scared. He dies still laughing. He's satisfied by the chaos of it all, by the unpredictable nature, by the ridiculous fact that Batman was still going to save him, even after everything. But that's technically not the end for our story. There's still one more mission to be played here, with Catwoman as a part of her DLC. She heads back to her hideout, but it's rigged with explosives. She realizes that Two-Face has taken her spoils, and she tracks him down to the museum. Here we have to fight a boss battle against Two-Face. This is all a stealth boss battle. We have to take out Two-Face's goons around him and sneak up on him using any takedown method we please. This will take a chunk of his health away, and once we do that enough, he's defeated. Catwoman runs into Batman outside the museum. He tells her that they still have work to be done. She tells Batman that she wants to get her stuff back. At this point in the game, we have free reign. We have unrestricted access to the open world and can now pursue all of the side content that the city has to offer. We can actually switch between Batman and Catwoman at switch-off points in the city. Catwoman has her own specific collectibles that Batman can't get. These are usually Riddler trophies that are pink-colored instead of green. There's a lot we can do as far as side content goes. We can of course do this throughout the game, but the best spot to clean up all this and finish everything is at the end of the game. The biggest concentration of content is probably the Riddler challenges, which reappear in this entry. They are mostly the same as Arkham Asylum. We have Riddler trophies and actual riddles which can be found or solved. The trophies usually require us to solve a short puzzle, which can range from some incredibly easy to mind-boggling. The riddles can be solved by scanning something in the environment. These are mostly pretty obvious, especially if we have the locations revealed on the map beforehand. This isn't as easy this time around as just finding a secrets map. Riddler has some informants running out and about throughout the city. These are glowing green on our HUD. We can defeat the enemies around these informants and leave them to be interrogated. This will reveal the location of some of the Riddler challenges in that area. This obviously makes it much easier to locate these trophies and riddles. There are some extra things we can do, like popping Joker balloons and crushing Joker chattering teeth. Some physical challenges appear as well, requiring us to glide for a certain amount or take down enemies in a particular way. In general, there's a ton of things required to actually complete all of Riddler's challenges and complete his mission. There are over 400 things in total that need to be completed before we find all of them. Speaking of the Riddler, he actually has much more of a presence in the side content than just a voice in this entry. We find out that Riddler is actually kidnapping people. His side missions involve tracking these people down and rescuing them. It's not that simple though, because we have to find a specific amount of collectibles before we can complete each of his missions. Once we do, Riddler will generally have some sort of wild contraption set up that we have to solve to save the prisoner. These are actually really cool and well done. Turning the Riddler into a sort of Jigsaw-like villain for this entry was an amazing idea and just works really well for his character. It works especially well since it's juxtaposed with the Riddler's upbeat tone and voice. The only downside I will point out about the Riddler challenges in Arkham City is there are just far too many. There's so many trophies, and if we're clearing through them at the end, it's still just a long grind to get every single one. After the 200th one, they start to get a little annoying. I will say that they usually aren't repetitive. The team seems to try and make each puzzle unique, but there's just so many of them that you get easily worn out. I can't say the same for the other side content in the game though, which are the side quests. These usually involve a specific villain from the Batman series and sees us taking them on or delving into their world in a different way. Fragile Alliance sees us finding Bane, who has said that Joker is gathering his Titan Serum. He sends us out to find different pods of Titan Serum located throughout the city. We have to destroy these with explosive gel. When we head back to him, he fights with us to defend against some foes. We realize, though, that Bane was just trying to collect the Titan Serum for himself, and he tries to attack us, but Batman quickly traps him in an elevator and destroys his supply. Cold Call Killer was probably one of my favorites. This begins when we hear a ringing phone in the city. We answer it only to hear Zsasz, who begins slowly telling us his life story. He will tell us this story in bits each time we answer one of these phones. We can also track him, though, as long as he's on the phone. Slowly, we begin to triangulate his location and eventually track him down to save the hostages that he's taken. This is such a great mission because we're slowly tracking down Zsasz across multiple missions, but at the same time, we're becoming more familiar with him. He's telling us his entire story, how he got to the place he is now. When the final confrontation comes, we know who we're fighting against. We know a lot about him, and that makes for a more compelling engagement. Heart of Ice sees us trying to track down Nora Freeze, Mr. Freeze's wife. This one is pretty short, just sees us finding the frozen Nora Freeze, but it is an extension of what he wanted us to do in the main story originally. The Tea Party will see us being captured by the Mad Hatter, a villain themed after the Alice in Wonderland story. He drugs us and we're in some sort of clock nightmare world where we look quite a lot like a rabbit and are forced to contend with Hatter's thugs. We eventually wake up and are free of the drugs that he gave us. Watcher in the Wings requires us to find Azrael all over the city. He's in 4 different locations where he gives us sigils to scan. These will line up over the map of Arkham City and reveal one final location. Once there, Azrael tells us that he's part of an order and was meant to watch Batman. He gives us a prophecy foretelling that Batman will save Gotham during its darkest hour, but will fall in the process, possibly hinting at future plot lines. There are multiple other missions that allow us to gain upgrades for certain gadgets, but they're mostly pretty short and inconsequential. We of course also have the return of challenge mode in the game, which allows us to take on a variety of different challenges and test our skills. I again have to commend the inclusion of the character trophies here. I think they're even better in Arkham City, and they even include a ton of different trophies from alternate versions of Batman, Robin, and Nightwing. They're great, and just getting to see the Sinestro Corps version of Batman in a game is fantastic. There is still one piece of content that we need to talk about before we get to my final thoughts on the game. That is the final piece of story-related DLC released, called Harley Quinn's Revenge. This DLC begins with us playing as Robin as he heads into the steel mill to look for Batman who's gone missing. Robin plays pretty much the same as our other characters. He uses a bow staff instead of his fists or a whip though. He has some extra gadgets just like Catwoman does. His particularly distinct gadget is his portable shield, which lets him pass by steam vents and deflect bullets. I will say I like this version of Robin quite a bit. He's a bit more serious, a little bit older than the classic version. He seems to take himself and his situation a bit more seriously as well. This fits the world of the games a lot better, and I think conforming each character to this world is a good idea. Heading through the steel mill, it seems like Harley Quinn has taken Batman. After fighting through tons of her lackeys, we eventually find Batman's utility belt. We switch over to Batman for the next mission, back before the beginning of this DLC. Batman was originally at the steel mill to save some captured Gotham City police officers. Harley had captured some of them inside, so we head in to look for them. We track down a couple officers and have to find a code for Harley's secret hideout. This comes from interrogating a few of her goons. Once we get inside and save one of the officers trapped there, Harley tries to shoot him, but Batman jumps in front of the shot. This knocks him out and the thugs take him away. We then jump back to Robin, who heads deeper into the facility. Harley is clearly in mourning here. She's been affected deeply by the loss of the Joker. She can't move on and wants revenge on the man she blames for his death, Batman. Hence the quite obvious name, Harley Quinn's Revenge. She's even constructed a statue of the Joker that Batman is trapped inside of. As Robin, we have a boss fight with Harley. This works in a very similar way to the Two-Face fight with Catwoman. We just have to take out the goons around Harley and use takedowns on her multiple times. Once she's gone, we can get the keycard and free Batman. We then switch back to our hero one final time and have to defeat a ton of enemies while Harley shoots at us from a statue. Once we trap her, she reveals that the statue is actually filled with bombs. When we escape, Batman can't find Robin. He thinks he was killed in the blast, but just as Harley is about to stab Batman, Robin jumps in and saves him. Batman's relieved, but leaves the scene with Gordon wondering if he's okay. This DLC was an alright epilogue. It also ties into the epilogue of the main story. There was an Easter egg in the main game that implied that Harley was pregnant with Joker's baby, but this DLC seems to confirm that it was a false positive. It's not a bad story in general, and it's pretty good to see how the death of Joker has affected the people around him. Batman seems to relate to Harley Quinn a little bit at the end, thinking that his adopted son, Robin, is dead for a brief moment. He's greatly troubled with the idea that he would have to go through that again. Batman Arkham City is a great game. It's a massive improvement on every area of Arkham Asylum. Asylum was impressive when playing it as an introduction to the series, but playing Arkham City, we realize how kind of unimpressive it is when compared to something that just fixes every single one of its problems. The combat is greatly upgraded here. City flows with a very specific rhythm. Finding that rhythm is the best way to get better at taking down our enemies. But getting better at the system is also about finding restraint. Our first inclination is to mash buttons in preparation for the next move, but this just doesn't work with the timing of the system. We'll get much better timing with attacks when we actually slow down and try to plan our moves ahead. We can't think like a player, we have to think like Batman. The system actually forces us to play the character and get into his shoes. This automatically makes us identify with him and feel closer to him. Arkham City's story is fantastic as well. It explores the deeper parts of Batman's character. It delves into the depths of what makes him do this and how he deals with the terrible things happening around him. Not only that, but it extrapolates on the relationships that Batman has with his villains. It creates a wonderful cast of characters that are all intertwined and connected. These people are all vying for the top seat and bringing about their downfall in the process. It also asks the complex questions, especially regarding Batman and Joker's dynamic. The story throwing us the curveball that Joker is gone at the end is quite a somber note to finish off the story. It's bittersweet. Joker was a murderer and delighted in killing people, but he was also part of the ecosystem that is Gotham. He made the city what it was, and it's not that the city won't be better without him, but it will certainly be different. The story also just feels like a classic Batman story. It does its own thing enough to feel separate, but it also follows the structure and keeps the iconic elements of Batman enough to make it feel like the characters are being done justice. The story feels like an adventure that we go on, solving mysteries. Characters come in and out, helping or harming. There's a really nice flow, and we're constantly surprised throughout. The side content of Arkham City is also great. The side missions represent the extra characters very well. This serves to further widen the world that we're in. It makes it feel real, lived in. It also feels like exactly what Batman would do. He wouldn't just focus on this one threat. He wouldn't be just taking down the Joker. He'd also be tracking down Deadshot and leads on Azrael and helping out Freeze. Batman has the entire city of Gotham on his shoulders. It's his responsibility to make sure that things go well, that people are safe, that they are protected. He can't just stop doing that because there's one large threat. Some of the collectibles can feel a bit bloated, but they are generally pretty fun, and the Riddler story specifically is really well fleshed out. It feels like an expansion on its own. The challenges are also really fun, especially if you want some unbridled combat, just beating down bad guys and taking them down from the shadows. It's also particularly great to use some of the extra costumes that the game gives you. The whole city is wonderfully crafted as well, and is probably the highlight of the entire game. The entire environment feels like a real place. There isn't this massive grid layout with copy and pasted buildings. It's messy, it's dirty, there's stuff to do everywhere. The environment design is perfect, buildings are laid out very well. The heights of everything seems specifically placed. We have great traversal mechanics that allow us to travel across as fast as we want, but there are also riddles that force us to go down to the street level and look at the signs, look for solutions to these conundrums. Batman Arkham City is just incredibly well done overall. It's a great open world game and would really come during the golden age of these kinds of games, but that golden age wouldn't last long. Arkham City was loved by critics. It still holds a 96% on Metacritic for the PlayStation 3 version of the game. Game Informer gave it a perfect 10, calling it the best licensed video game ever made. Arkham City was also beloved by fans. It was already hotly anticipated after Arkham Asylum's success. At the time, it sold incredibly quick, with 2 million units sold in the game's first week. In 3 months, the game had sold 6 million units, which was already 2 million more than Arkham Asylum had sold in its entire life. With this incredible success, Rocksteady was on a roll, but the next game in the series would not be developed by Rocksteady. Warner Brothers originally wanted Rocksteady to develop a prequel to the Arkham games based on the Silver Age of comics. This game would have included all the big Justice League names: Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and The Flash. This plan was obviously changed, as Paul Dini was not chosen to write the next game in the series. Rocksteady began work on a sequel to Arkham City, but Warner Brothers still wanted a new Batman game before they finished development. They realized that they wouldn't be able to make money off this cash cow for a couple of years, so they decided to have their Montreal studio produce a prequel. Warner Bros. Montreal had already worked on the Wii U version of Batman Arkham City Armored Edition. This version of the game incorporated the gamepad quite a bit to enable another level of immersion with the gadgets of the Arkham world. This version of the game got pretty decent reviews and it was well received. So WB Montreal already had experience working on the series. This meant they were already familiar with the modified version of Unreal Engine 3 that Rocksteady had used for the previous 2 games. To this end, WB Montreal decided not to modify the combat that much for this entry. As the old adage goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The team wanted to explore an earlier side of Batman with this entry, which is why it was made a prequel. They wanted to detail the parts of Batman that were not yet formed. While the previous 2 games were an experienced, knowledgeable Batman, this was a newer, unevolved version of the character. The team took a lot of inspiration from different comics for this entry. The most obvious influence is from the story Batman Year 1. The game was described by the team as Batman Year 2. Bruce was still early in his vigilante career, but wasn't brand new. They also took elements from Batman the Man Who Laughs, Batman Turning Points, Batman Legends of the Dark Knight, and Batman The Long Halloween, all of which I read for this review. Most of these, aside from Legends of the Dark Knight, deal with either the beginning of Batman's career, the origins of his villains, or the development of his relationships with other characters. A lot of these tell the beginning stories, the ones that the developers wanted to tell with Arkham Origins. Duma Wenshu, Ryan Galetta, and Corey May all wrote the game's story with input from Jeff Johns. He's left quite an imprint on comics history, having written for JSA, The Flash, Action Comics, Flashpoint, some Batman runs, and most importantly, his epic run for Green Lantern. The team had decided to go with a mostly different voice cast for this prequel, as they wanted voices that sounded like younger versions of these characters. Roger Craig Smith was chosen to be the new voice of Batman. Smith is most known for voicing Chris Redfield, Ezio from Assassin's Creed, and Sonic. Troy Baker was chosen to voice the Joker, who's most known for voicing everything. By January 2013, work on the game was mostly complete. The developers just needed to put the finishing touches on the product. Batman Arkham Origins was released on October 25th, 2013 for PlayStation 3, Windows, and Xbox 360. A few notes before we get into things. For my previous 2 videos on the Arkham series, I played the games on the PlayStation 5. These were the most available and updated versions of the games, so it just made sense. Arkham Origins has been kind of forgotten about when thinking about modern consoles or updated versions for audiences to enjoy. The only way to play the game on the PS5 is through the streaming service that PlayStation offers. I did try this for the first few hours of the game, and it just wasn't really for me. There was a slightly detectable delay in controls, and the game just seemed to look really poor. I decided to get my footage for Arkham Origins on the PC version of the game, which looked great and mostly played great. There were a few performance issues from time to time, just slight bugs here and there, but nothing to be concerned about. The second thing I'd like to mention is the structure for this review. There's quite a lot of side content that Arkham Origins has to offer. Because of that, I'll first be talking about the main story of the game, going through all of the plot beats and analyzing the tale that the game decides to spin. I'll also be talking about the mechanics of the game, the changes made, and how it's played. Then, at the end, we'll go back to talk about all of the side content that the game has to offer. We'll then be finally talking about the DLC, Cold Cold Heart, to cap the video off. Arkham Origins begins with Bruce walking into the Batcave, surrounded by the very same flying creatures that he emulates. We hear a news report of a winter storm on Christmas Eve. This game, like the others, takes place over the course of one night, specifically Christmas Eve into Christmas morning. This game actually takes place about 8 or 9 years before Arkham Asylum. This is during Bruce's second year as Batman. He isn't quite the man that we would see in those games. He isn't renowned throughout the city as the terrifying symbol that he would become, or even the inspirational one. He still isn't that well known. People are still just finding out about the mysterious Bat. That's a common theme that we'll see throughout the course of the game's narrative. The news also reports that Calendar Man, Julian Gregory Day, has just been put away after going on a massive crime spree, and Police Captain Gordon denies the rumors that claim the existence of the Batman. Clearly, this is a time long before Gordon and Batman are working together. We will see this very present throughout this story. Of course, we know that one day these two would work together very well. They would become partners, incredibly close, and Gordon would assist Batman taking down the greatest of villains. But here, they don't even know each other. Alfred brings Bruce a dinner, and we see a family portrait in the reflection of the silver. Bruce is then alerted by police scanners that Commissioner Loeb has been taken captive by a villain named Black Mask. Batman suits up, and it's time to head out. He uses his Batwing to head to Blackgate Prison. I really like this intro a lot, something that this game shares in common with the first two. It doesn't have the interactivity that the others did, but this cutscene really sets the tone for the game very well. It uses clever framing and shots like the reflection off the platter lid to showcase Batman's family. This also shows that those happy times when Batman was a normal child and not a traumatized adult are still lurking in the back of his head. Our goal here is to locate Black Mask and save Commissioner Loeb. We quickly find a mobster that's cornered the Warden. The interesting thing about this world is that not many people know about Batman. The Warden points him out to the mobster, and he doesn't believe him. The Warden is just as scared of whatever this terrifying man dressed up like a monster is. In the present day, people would be relieved that Batman was about to save them, but at this time, it's exactly the opposite. We eventually fight some of Black Mask's men and corner one of them to get some information on where Commissioner Loeb is being held. We find out that he's heading to the execution chamber. We make our way through the prison, eventually finding Vicky Vale to be locked inside. She is a prominent news reporter for the city of Gotham. Eventually, we find out that Black Mask is working with Killer Croc, taking Loeb to his death. We find their destination, the electric chair chamber. The Commissioner is stuffed inside and gas is pumped into this chamber. Batman is unable to save him. We find a crashed drone, one that Black Mask's men were using. The memory card inside could prove incredibly useful, so it's time to take it back to the Batcave. On the roof, Black Mask makes his escape, and it's time for our first boss fight, Killer Croc. Before we get to this fight, we should probably talk about the combat in Arkham Origins. I won't talk about combat too in depth because it's, for the most part, the same as Arkham City. Our basic moves are all still here though. We attack enemies and generate combos to be able to use extra moves. We can counter enemies to continue the combo. As long as we don't get hit or miss an attack, the combo stays going up. Once it gets to a certain amount, which can change with upgrades, we can use automatic takedowns or special moves that take down enemies on the ground, and powered up versions of our gadgets. This is just as smooth flowing as the previous games. The free flow combat is as good as ever. It feels incredibly smooth and fun to destroy groups of enemies and try to plan our moves as fast as we can. We constantly have to adjust to where enemies move and go with the flow of battle. Combat will change quite a bit throughout the game when we get certain gadgets, but for the most part, it's incredibly similar to Arkham City. This is probably my biggest problem with the game in general, that it's so similar to the previous games. The reason why Arkham Asylum was good was that it introduced a really good new system that innovated on the genre. It changed the game for these types of experiences. It left a legacy that we still feel to this day. Arkham City innovated on that concept in every way it could. It upgraded all of the systems and made them just a bit better. Arkham Origins honestly doesn't feel like it does much new with the system. There is one way that it upgrades the combat that we'll talk about later, but even that doesn't make a drastic change to the gameplay. We will get some more gadgets that will change some gameplay later, but we'll talk about those in a bit. The Predator sections are also back. We can again stalk in the shadows and take out enemies from vents, vantage points, railings, cover. This system again is very similar to the previous systems. Not much has really been changed here, and there's not really a lot new here to be talked about. Is it still fun? Sure, it's a good time, but it doesn't really feel like an innovation or an upgrade, just more of the same. This fact is made worse by the knowledge that another studio made this game. It wouldn't really be that bad if Rocksteady had made another game and it turned out very similar. This would just make sense, but when another studio makes a prequel and it turns out very, very similar to the previous entry, it almost feels like being pandered to. There are more examples than just the combat, but we'll get to those. The upgrade system is mostly unchanged as well. We gain experience by completing objectives, main story missions, side missions, or completing challenges. There are way more upgrades here than the previous game. This isn't to say that there are more things to do in combat or more variations on gadgets. The previous upgrades are just spread more thin. This game also introduces a new system called the Dark Knight system. These are different challenges that we can complete to unlock new moves or variations on upgrades. These are good challenges, and I do like this system in general. Each track has its own set of challenges, which can range from completing different moves in combat to completing AR missions. We get experience for each of these. This system does force us to actually try to use new moves and different tactics in combat. I found myself branching out and trying to use different gadgets and takedowns than I would normally use. I wanted to complete these challenges, so I had to move outside of the box and try and finish them. The only problem I actually have with them is that we have to complete each challenge in order. This possibly causes us to get locked out of one if we haven't completed the side mission to get that move yet, for example. It also becomes incredibly difficult to complete the challenges once we've finished the story. If we don't get far enough in certain tracks, it'll be almost impossible to finish them without some story content left. It is a good addition all around though, and I actually genuinely enjoy the challenge of completing these objectives. The combat overall is good. It feels just like the previous entries for the most part, but that's most of its issue. It doesn't make any large leaps forward. It doesn't try to change too much. This is its downfall because not trying just feels like a repeat of last time. I do think the game makes up for it in other areas. I still think it's fun and it feels just as good as Arkham City, but that's all. Just as good. With all that in mind, we jump back to our boss fight with Killer Croc. This is clearly a much younger version of Croc than the one that we see in the first two Arkham games. He's also much smaller and less comic book-like. This is kind of the case for most of the character designs in Arkham Origins. They're a bit less fantastical and a bit more realistic. I'm not a huge fan of the aesthetic in the game in general. It's a little bland and not as colorful or as comic-like as the previous games. The game does look good though. Graphically, it's pretty sharp. We have to fight Croc, mostly evading his attacks and firing batarangs at flammable canisters when he grabs them. This will do damage to him. There aren't a lot of mechanics to this fight because it's our first one, and the game is still trying to teach us how to play. Batman tries to get Black Mask's location out of Killer Croc, but he only reveals that the villain has assassins out looking for Batman, and there's a bounty on his head. The GCPD then shows up on the roof. Batman is still technically viewed as a menace to the city at this point. This is early enough in his career that he isn't a known person yet. He's still considered to be somewhat of a person with too much power. He's going over the police's heads, and that's just not allowed. Not yet, anyways. We arrive back at the Batcave, greeted by Alfred. Here we can review the chip from the drone. There are 8 assassins after Batman tonight, hired by Black Mask to kill him. Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke, a one-eyed former military man who was experimented on. Garfield Linz, aka Firefly, a pyromaniac obsessed with flames who's covered in burns from his hobby. Copperhead, a more mysterious assassin who Batman isn't familiar with. Floyd Lawton, aka Deadshot, an expert sharpshooter who can do just about anything with bullets. Lester Buczynski, aka the Electrocutioner, a street punk that uses his homemade shock gloves to take down the people who stand in his way. Shiva, a master assassin who looks for new targets to test her skills on. And finally, Bane, a man imprisoned since birth. All of these assassins were approached with the offer for $50 million to kill the Batman. This would lead us to believe that these assassins will be attacking us throughout the night, and we have a pretty good structure laid out for the story from the beginning. We'd be led to believe that these would be the 8 bosses we'll fight throughout the story. That's not exactly the case, though, and Arkham Origins just kind of forgets about this plot about halfway through the game, but we'll get to that later. Alfred is concerned about Batman and tries to convince him to stay in the Batcave all night and wait it out. Bruce, of course, doesn't want to do this, as they would use innocence to get to him. Batman thinks that the Penguin was trying to track Black Mask with the drone that he found, so he needs to find him at Jezebel Plaza. We can take the Batwing into Gotham. The Batwing is a new addition to this entry and is actually our fast travel for the game. We can use it to drop into different districts and get around the island faster. I don't really mind this too much for Arkham Origins, but that's only because the island of Arkham Origins is split into 2 places, the North Island and the South Island. If we had to use the grapnel gun to get across the very long bridge that connects these 2 islands every time we wanted to travel from one to the other, it would be repetitive and tedious. But that tells me that there's a problem with the city's design rather than the fast travel. Batman's signals are jammed when he comes into the city. We're given a tutorial on the Predator system. We have to make our way through the Gotham City radio control tower. We eventually find a locked door and a victim laying on the ground. We're then introduced to a new investigation system for Arkham Origins. This is an evolution of the previous system where we would investigate small areas to look for clues and usually give us a trail to follow or leads to go off of. Now we can actually reconstruct a crime scene and see exactly how it played out. It lets us see the timeline of the crime and investigate what happened, looking for evidence or new clues. This system can be a little janky sometimes. It's not always clear what the game wants us to do. I think it's the start of a good system, and I do think that the next game in the series would do it better. But it's the beginning of something good. I just don't think it's fully formed yet. It's still an upgrade on the previous system and lets us actually scrub through the crime scene to look for clues. There are just some problems with specific crime scenes. In parts of the game, I would know where the clue I wanted to scan was, but I had to scrub through the timeline to get it to pop up. I would be left wondering why I couldn't scan it, only to realize I wasn't looking at the right area or it just wasn't working right. It's a good idea, but some of the execution is just a little bit off. In this specific scene, we have to review the timeline of a crime where a man died from an explosion while trying to get into a nearby door. We can then use the cryptographic sequencer to hack the door. Nearby, we find an Enigma terminal, which introduces us to Enigma. This is the proto-version of the Riddler. He isn't called the Riddler just yet, though. This is his first introduction to Batman. His jammers that he set up around the city cause us to not be able to use our Batwing to fast travel. We can disable one of these in each district to be able to fast travel and use the Batwing drop-off points in those areas. We drop in on the deal that Penguin's men are doing. The group is led by Loose Lips, one of Penguin's thugs. Batman interrogates Loose Lips by dangling him from a building. He doesn't get the information he needs from him, though. He gets it from his phone. We use the SIM card to track the Penguin. We have to collect multiple cards to actually triangulate where he's at. We have to infiltrate the Final Offer, which is the Penguin's massive ship docked outside of Gotham. We have to take out many groups of Penguin's thugs, attacking them from the shadows and out in the open. We eventually find a collection of these goons with one of the assassins that openly challenges us to a battle. The Electrocutioner wants us to fight him, and we do, but we take him down in one hit. He wasn't made for this. I'm not really sure how I feel about this fake out. It's kind of a weird story beat. It's played for a bit of a joke, and really just feels like it doesn't fit in the story that the game's trying to tell. Once we defeat Penguin's goons, we interrogate one of them, who gives us the information that Penguin is in his office. He tells us we won't get past Tracy, though. This is Penguin's assistant, who we find deeper in the facility. Batman does some good old-fashioned woman abuse and locks her in a cage. Penguin is currently torturing Alberto Falcone. Penguin tells us that someone broke into Black Mask's safe house, but before we get anything more out of him, someone traps Batman. We're then in a fight with Deathstroke himself. Deathstroke is a pretty big character in the Batman story. He often appears in comics outside of Batman as well. He's a bigger name when talking about DC Comics. Slade Wilson, who goes by Deathstroke, was in the military and became part of a top-secret super soldier program. This gave him better agility, endurance, healing, strength, and intelligence. This enabled him to become a mercenary and quickly rise as one of the top assassins in the world, hence why he's currently tracking down Batman. We now, of course, have to fight him. This is our first real boss fight of the game, as Killer Croc was mostly just a warm-up. I will say this boss fight is atrocious. I don't really enjoy most of the boss fights in Arkham Origins. They leave a lot to be desired. Most of them are repetitive and boring. They don't seem to orient themselves around the character that we're fighting. Most of the fights in the previous games were designed around the villain that we were battling at that moment. They felt personalized. It felt like each fight had its own unique spin on the character. The biggest point here is that the fight felt like we were stepping into their world. The fights in Arkham Origins don't really do that. This fight with Deathstroke is almost entirely a QTE battle. The best tactic is really just to wait for Deathstroke to attack and counter his attacks. This whole fight takes too long to really just use one mechanic. There are some other things we can do, but Deathstroke will basically counter every attack. It just goes on and on. It really doesn't do anything interesting and is just all around unimpressive. Penguin tells us to leave once we defeat Deathstroke, and we get the Remote Claw. This is technically a new gadget for Arkham Origins. It allows us to create lines across rooms that we can walk on, zipline from, or use to do takedowns. These can only be placed on Remote Claw anchor points, though. It's really just the upgraded line launcher from previous games, except that it's fixed to only being able to use it on anchor points. We can upgrade it to be more useful in Predator sections, which is interesting, but again, it just feels like a repeat, not a new addition. We have to head to Lacey Towers next. It seems that Black Mask has been found dead there, but that doesn't make much sense. There, we have to reconstruct the crime scene. Someone killed Black Mask, and the cops think that it was the Penguin. We find the body with a black mask on it, but he can't be identified due to the burns. Roman Sionis, the man behind Black Mask, should be the body there, but we aren't sure. His girlfriend is dead too, strung above from a chandelier. We eventually find the Penguin's fingerprints, but he was here after the murder happened. After constructing the entire crime scene and looking at all of the evidence, we realized that Roman's girlfriend was sending texts to him about someone called the Joker. At this point, Batman doesn't know who this is. He must be a new criminal in town. It seems like the person that shot Roman was attacked after shooting him. Batman has DNA samples that he can use to identify the people in the room, but he needs access to the National Criminal Database before he can use these samples to cross-reference with. That means that we're going to have to infiltrate the GCPD. When we head back to the Batcave, we find that Alfred has prepped a new gadget for Batman, the concussion grenade. This weapon was originally made for Batman so that he wouldn't harm any GCPD officers, but Batman later throws away this worry because the police force is corrupt. The gadget itself is actually a new one and pretty useful. It will stun and disorient enemies, giving us a good amount of time to dispose of them. This is especially useful for beginning attacks on groups of combat thugs or taking care of predator sequences. We head into the GCPD through the roof. Inside, we can begin to see the police's setup on tracking down the villains in Gotham City and Batman himself. It's here that we can realize how little they actually know about what's going on. We take out some of the guards and find loose lips being interrogated further in the precinct. He tells us that there's a disruptor in the evidence lockup that we can use. We need this to disable the locks on the security consoles around the precinct. Getting these doors open will allow us to access the GCPD servers, letting us tap into the National Criminal Database. We have to head deeper into the building, though, to get to this evidence locker. The Disruptor is another repeat gadget from Arkham City. It really basically does the same thing as the Disruptor that we get from Freeze. It can disable enemy weapons so that they can't shoot us in combat. It can also disable jammers that will allow us to hack security consoles and open doors, or explore further areas in the world. Once we get into the sewers, we meet Barbara Gordon. This is Captain Gordon's daughter. Barbara is usually depicted as someone who knows a lot about tech, and that's no different here. Except now, she says some real dumb shit like,
Cool poem box. You're bypassing the network security. Cool poem box.
Epic pwn box, Batman. Epic hacksaws pwn hacks pwn epic. Barbara eventually would become Batgirl and in the comics would be paralyzed by the Joker after she's shot. She then would continue to help Batman in a tech advisor role as Oracle. Here, she's incredibly interested in what Batman is doing and helping him in his endeavors. Before he leaves, she asks him why he does what he does, and he says because he made a promise. Barbara will obviously become very important to him later, but for now, she's just inspired. Inspired by Batman, inspired by the symbol, inspired by what he's doing for the city of Gotham. She believes in him. We eventually run into Gordon, who tries to apprehend Batman. Batman tells him to get out of the way and that he's on his side. Gordon's main qualm with Batman is that he doesn't work with the law, that he hurts people when taking them in, and that Gotham doesn't yet respect him. He hasn't earned it. Gordon tries to have his men take Batman down, but he drops a smoke pellet and disables the lackeys around him. We head outside the building. We now need to get into the sewers to access the GCPD servers once again. Inside the sewers, we find some new enemy types. This is the biggest change that Arkham Origins actually makes to its combat. It does vary the attacks that we have to defend against and makes us actually consider our moves, forcing us to use new gadgets and abilities against our foes. Specifically, there's a new enemy type that is more agile, forcing us to counter more often than once per attack. The new enemy types are a genuine addition that I have to give the game credit for. We eventually get access to the database, which gives us the real story of what happened in Lacey Towers. Black Mask sent his girlfriend to his safe house after he found out there was trouble. He then sent a decoy into the safe house just in case someone was trying to get to him. The decoy and Roman's girlfriend were killed. Roman tried to attack the killer, but was captured so that the assailant could get the money that Sionis had. The place was then burned to cover up the evidence. Roman was forced to kill his own girlfriend. At this point, we realize that Joker is the one that has Black Mask captive. This mysterious new character in Gotham has taken Black Mask and is trying to get his money. Batman tells Alfred to dig up any information he can find on this mystery man, while we have to head to the Gotham Merchants Bank. Heading outside, we run into lackeys of the Mad Hatter, a villain that Batman hasn't been introduced to yet. This is actually part of a side quest though, so we'll talk about this in the next section. We head into the Merchants Bank from the roof. We can see some classic trademarks of the Joker inside the building. When we reach the vault, Black Mask has a woman captive, a bank worker. He says he doesn't know the Joker, but his captive is revealed to be Roman Sionis, who he beats to a pulp. The captured woman begins to grow a smile on her face, and the man behind the mask is revealed to be the Joker himself. The beginning of his long-running relationship with the Batman. Joker actually took over the Black Mask days ago and took over his empire to put the hit out on Batman. After this point, most of the game becomes about the Joker rather than the plot that was set up at the beginning of the game. I will say briefly that what the game does with the Joker is really good. It develops the character quite a lot and digs into his psyche pretty deep, but I feel kind of conflicted about this twist. On one hand, I do like the red herring setting the game up to be about one villain and his hired assassins, but on the other hand, I don't like the fact that the game just kind of throws away the plot from the beginning for another one. It's an odd feeling, and I think that I end up somewhere in the middle. I like the twist for what it is, and I think it's probably a good direction to go in, and I also can't fault them for wanting to dip back into the Joker and explore his origins. But I also wish that the game would have tried to focus on somebody new. I wish it would have left the Joker for a reference or an end-of-game reveal. I wanted it to really focus on someone else and explore another villain as its main stage. Again, though, I do think that the story does some great things with this twist, and it does take the game in a good direction moving forward. The woman is killed by Joker's toxin, and he laughs in the face of her death. He shoots Batman multiple times and makes his escape. When Batman wakes up, the woman is dead beside us. We end up heading out and finding that Sionis has a pacemaker installed. He was also following the Joker, so now we have to find Sionis to figure out what the Joker has in store. At the Sionis steel mill, we find Roman himself. Batman frees him, but Copperhead is watching over us. Roman wants to kill the Joker to get him back for what he did to his life and his family, but Copperhead jumps in and gets Batman with her poison. It will kill him in a few minutes if he doesn't deal with it. We have to scan the poison so that Alfred can quickly develop an antidote. As we head through the halls of the steel mill, the poison begins to make Bruce hallucinate. He sees Alfred scalding him for his life choices, telling him that he needs to change his ways and live up to the Wayne family name. We also see Commissioner Loeb guilting Batman for not saving him. This is the personification of Batman's fears, guilts, regrets. It's the inner parts of his mind made whole, made real. It clearly resembles the hallucination sequences from the previous games, including the Scarecrow portion of the first game. We're then forced to fight Copperhead. There are multiple copies of her throughout the room that we have to battle. The real version will jump out of the shadows, which we can do damage to. Again, this fight is just very boring. It's basically the Ra's al Ghul fight from the last game, but just one small part of it. There's not really much here, and it's just kind of bland. We get the antidote at the end of the fight, and Batman incapacitates Copperhead, since he's now at full strength again. Copperhead says that all of the assassins are meeting at a location with the Joker. Batman says he already knows the location, though, and Alfred begs Batman to come back to the Batcave for some medical attention, but he refuses. Batman can track the electrocutioner's gloves to find Joker. We track the Joker to the Royal Hotel. The cops in Gotham are corrupt, that much has been made clear to us. They're used to working with Black Mask, who they still currently think they're working with. They don't realize that they're actually working with the Joker. Heading through the Royal Hotel, we can eventually find the security room and spy in on Joker's meeting with his assassins, the remaining ones anyways. Joker takes his mask off and reveals who he truly is. He pushes Electrocutioner out the window when he speaks out against him, and he happens to land right beside Batman. He tells the assassins to head out and kill Batman, but Bane decides to stick around and use the Joker as bait. Since Batman is coming for him, he can sit by and wait for him to arrive. At this point, we get Electrocutioner's shock gloves. This is probably the biggest change to gameplay in the entirety of Arkham Origins. These gloves, first, will let us activate panels and machines, specifically ones that unlock doors or use lifts. This, of course, is used to access secrets or new areas around Gotham, usually relating to collectibles or story content. Its second use, though, is in combat. The shock gloves will charge up while we're fighting, and we can activate them once ready. This will give our punches a shock charge when attacking. This shock charge can break through most defenses, meaning we won't get countered by the agile enemy types. We can punch past shields. It's basically an incredibly powered up mode. Each hit also increases our combo by 2 instead of 1. It really kind of breaks the game in a weird way. I think overall I like the addition, and this far into the game I was really hoping for something new and interesting from this entry, so I'm glad that it finally delivered. It does change the flow of combat and make you think differently about your attacks. It's another card that we have to play while fighting, and something that we can fall back on. It also ties into the story incredibly well, which I felt was a really nice touch. We have to head up the tower using our new gloves. This is a massive level, mostly split into 3 different sections. The Joker taunts us the entire way up the hotel. We eventually reach a spot that Joker has curated for us, a DIY carnival of torture that he's set up inside the hotel. We have to venture through this carnival, stopping Joker from killing people by playing his games. I like the design of this little area. It really feels like something that an early version of Joker would do. He doesn't have the influence, fear, or money yet to put something together like he normally would, so this carnival is sort of ramshackle and just cobbled together. We continue heading through the tower and find that Joker has bombs set to detonate on December 31st at midnight. We hack the console to stop them, but it's a trap, as hacking the console speeds up the timer. We have to jump out of the window to avoid the blast. We drop down and get a cool little sequence where we fight as Batman while looking through the lens of a news helicopter. I like this short little section because it showcases how the public would view Batman. Most of the time we're playing as him, but we get to see how normal people view him. As Batman continues moving through the hotel, he realizes that Joker is unlike anything he's dealt with before. He doesn't understand him, doesn't know where he came from. He's unpredictable, chaotic, and he can't quite figure him out. As we make it into the elevator, Bane attacks Batman, tossing him into a wall and beating him. Bane gives Joker 1 minute to do what he needs to do before he kills Batman. Joker sets off one of his explosives nearby, destroying an entire building, but luckily it was a construction site and no one was inside. Batman is angry and begins to beat the Joker before Bane stops him. Bane tosses him out of a window and we begin our boss fight. Bane is another pretty simple fight. During the early phase, we damage him a few times and dodge his bigger attacks. He then reveals and activates his Venom Serum. This makes him way stronger, and we have to use a triple stun to be able to damage him. Using a takedown will let us rip out his Venom and actually take some of his health away. This fight moves down to another level, but again, this is about the extent of the fight. There really isn't much here. We just move to the outside area and repeat this process over again. Batman doesn't exactly win the fight because the GCPD shows up and Joker's squad begins firing on them. The helicopters are taken down and Bane makes his escape. Joker falls down off the building and Batman dives down to capture him, not wanting him to die without being taken in. They both collapse to the ground and they're surrounded, and Joker shoots his own guards. Joker claims that they deserved death, as does he. He tries to take his own life and Batman pulls the gun away as the police come in. Batman makes his escape to the Batwing. Gordon comes in, disappointed that they got away. The police take Joker in, thinking that Batman is his partner. This illustrates the relationship that the two would eventually have, a strange, parasitic one. Joker is taken to Blackgate, being reviewed by a psychologist. This is probably one of the best sequences in the entire game. The Joker begins to divulge his past, his psyche, and his life. His thought process, his reasoning for doing what he does is fully examined here. We play as Joker getting jumped in a comedy club. We have to fight off the assailants as Joker talks about having one bad day. The depression, loneliness, and isolation that comes along with being exiled. We then play as the Joker as he's pushed into the Ace chemical plant, strapped with the Red Hood. This is clearly a reference to the Killing Joke. In that, we see Joker's backstory. He was forced to complete a job for some local thugs, and they put the Red Hood on him to disguise him. He couldn't see, though, and he stumbled through the chemical plant, accidentally falling into a vat of acid, giving him his signature look. As we walk through this dream world of memory and formless space, Joker rants about the bad days and battles. He theorizes that fate has brought him where he is today. The psychologist asks him if he's met someone special. He says he has, that it has changed everything. This is clearly a turning point for Joker. He's met Batman and realized his fate, his purpose in this world, his reason for existing. This would just be the beginning of their dynamic, but Joker knew from the start that what they had was special, that they were meant to fight, to battle it out to the very end. Since Batman, life has become exciting for the Joker again. At the end of this sequence, it's revealed that the psychologist is Harleen Quinzel, the woman that would become Harley Quinn. This whole sequence is fantastic. It probes into the Joker, and I think the best thing that they could have done with this character is explore him deeper. It doesn't specifically spell out his origin, but it does give us vague references and clues. It gives us an idea of where he came from, an impression, but it doesn't tell us specifics. It focuses more on the emotion of the character, which is what matters the most. It's way more useful to give us the emotional spectrum of the Joker rather than his whole backstory. As Batman arrives in the Batcave, we get a similar section with him. He's suddenly whisked back to Crime Alley. We have to see that haunting night one more time. I do think this is a bit unnecessary. I think we've alluded to this in just about every Batman game so far. We don't need to see Bruce's parents killed one more time. There are better ways to do this. Alfred tries to give Bruce a Christmas dinner. He wants him to take a break, to relax. Alfred is worried about Batman. He made a promise that he would take care of Bruce, but he knows that he could get himself killed or lose himself in this crusade. One complaint about Origins that I have is this weird effect with character models. A lot of them don't seem very stable. They're almost constantly shaking, a problem I remember having with Mass Effect Andromeda. It just looks very flimsy, like the characters are gonna fling themselves out of place at any second. We get a tip on a Venom user in the Gotham morgue. We have to go check it out, but Alfred gives us a new gadget to use, the glue grenade. The glue grenade is basically the exact same thing as the freeze grenade from Arkham City. This was the gadget that annoyed me the most. It's literally the same thing as the freeze grenade. We use it to plug vents and to make platforms in the water to float on. It wouldn't be that annoying if we also additionally got more gadgets throughout the game, but we don't. We progress throughout the game and get the same gadgets that we did in Arkham City. The game treats them like they're upgrades, but really they're just what we already earned before. Now I understand that this is a prequel, but it doesn't exactly make sense that we earned those upgrades in the future and also in the past. There is an explanation at the end of the game that says that the glue from the glue grenades basically expired, so Batman can't use those anymore. Alfred finally fully confronts Bruce. He doesn't want him to continue this crusade. He thinks he's playing at something much bigger than himself. He's frustrated, angry, and resentful. Bruce tells him that he isn't that man anymore. This is such a good scene. I'm glad they involved Alfred a lot more in this entry. I think he's a great character and an important part of Batman's story and origin. The scene also illustrates how angry Bruce is. This is still early in his tenure as Batman. He hasn't figured out how to control his emotions yet. He hasn't figured out how to harness them and create the symbol that he wants. Part of him is still an angry kid, a sad kid, and he has yet to prove himself, but he will in time. We're watching a young man go through his arc, with the knowledge that he will one day become what we've already seen in Asylum and City.
Alfred, who do you see when you look at me? The boy whose shoes you used to tie every morning? The teenager you drove to his first date? While you are here every night, I am out there. The only thing between the innocent and the predator. No, not may be. I am. When the mugger or the thief stops to think twice, that is fear. That is what I am. That is why they hired assassins, because I am the reason the criminals breathe easier when the sun rises. So no, Alfred, I am not in over my head. Tonight will not be my end, but it will be theirs.
We have to head to the morgue where we find the Venom user dead. We have to analyze the scene and find a computer nearby. This tells Batman about Venom and also reveals a tracker on Bane. This leads us to Bane's hideout where we find loads of information on Batman. Here we find out that Bane already knows who Batman is, Bruce Wayne. This is obviously big trouble for him. If anyone knows who Batman is, it kind of ruins the whole thing. It makes Batman no longer a symbol, a faceless man who has risen up. It wouldn't inspire people like it had before. Batman tells Alfred to hide out in the Batcave while we make our way back. On the way, Firefly begins his attack on the Pioneer Bridge. We find Gordon in the bridge, and Batman finally realizes that he needs him. He tries to bring him over to his side and tells him he needs to stay back while he brings in Firefly. If people try to stop him, they could die when Firefly explodes the bridge. We have to start disabling bombs around the bridges, massive caches of explosives that could bring down the entire structure. For some reason, these hacks require us to find 3 phrases. It's really unnecessary to have us do this 3 times. It just gets repetitive with each one. Gordon still won't help us open the south gate. We have to disable the other caches of explosives. We finally get through the gate and get to face the pyromaniac himself. This fight isn't that bad. It does require us to use some extra gadgets and tactics. We can shoot Firefly with the glue gun and use our grapple to bring him down. We damage him each time and eventually get pushed down to the lower level of the bridge, forcing us to climb back up. We have to grapple onto Firefly one final time while dodging his attacks. We punch him and rip his wings off, bringing Firefly down. Gordon didn't give us access to the last bomb, though. He finally talks to Batman, who tells him as much. He realizes his mistake, and it seems like he's changing his opinion. We realize that this whole thing was a distraction, though, because as Batman tries to contact Alfred, he realizes Bane is already in the Batcave. When we get back, the computers are destroyed and Alfred is laying in tatters on the ground below. He breathes his last breath and is dead. Bruce then thinks back to his parents, feeling the same thing that he felt that night, but he won't let it happen again. We use the shock gloves to bring Alfred back to life. I like this moment overall. It's a good story beat and clearly gives Bruce some sort of redemption for what he felt that night when his parents died. But I also think it's a little lessened by the fact that we know Alfred makes it out of this one alive. Alfred is in his hospital bed, finally realizing why Bruce is doing what he's doing and why it's important. The city needs Batman, and he tells him to get back out there, but Bruce can't do it anymore. The lives that he's failed to save begin to flash through his mind. Alfred inspires Bruce, finally telling him that he's not an island. He needs to get his strength from his allies, not from himself alone. Batman heads to Blackgate, finally able to help, and it seems the police are also on his side. We rescue Harley Quinn, who has been kidnapped and held hostage. She tells us that Joker is in the Panopticon, waiting for us. We have to head through the cell blocks to get there, dealing with huge groups of escaped prisoners. We see Deathstroke in here doing push-ups in his cell. After going through more of Joker's little funhouse, we end up at the main event. Joker has the Warden captive, Bane has a heart monitor, and he and Batman have to fight to the death. If they don't, Joker will die by electrocution. This is what he wanted, the chaos that he needed, a reason to go on, a reason to survive, some excitement. We have to fight Bane again. This part of the fight is basically the same as the last time, no real difference. We battle Bane and try to avoid his attacks while using our takedowns on him to take his health away. Gordon shows up halfway through and tries to stop the Joker, but he just brings Gordon in. Now, if Batman doesn't play his game, he'll kill himself and Gordon. Batman realizes something throughout the fight. He has a plan, to use his shock gloves. He'll kill Bane and then shock him back to life. He stops Bane's heart, and Joker is pleased, but he still wants to kill the Warden. But Gordon jumps in front of the shot. Joker escapes, heading off to blow up more skyscrapers and cause chaos. Gordon chastises Batman for killing Bane, but he tells him that he plans to bring him back. We shock Bane back to life, but he immediately tries to take us down. He injects more venom and becomes an incredibly powered-up version of himself. He's a massive, hulking beast. So much power and way too strong. Alfred tells Batman that he only has a certain amount of time. Bane is getting stronger and he'll be able to kill Batman with one hit in 10 minutes. This is our final boss battle with Bane. He will stalk the areas around this room and we can only attack him with stealth takedowns. This works again much the same as the Mr. Freeze battle in Arkham City did. He will adapt to our takedowns and we won't be able to use certain approaches. We can run Bane into electric fences to take off a lot of his health. Eventually we take Bane down. He chases after us and we string him up with the remote claw. Bane gets a shock and it turns out that he forgets Bruce's identity as a side effect of the electricity. It's finally time to head to the Joker and end this. Batman is stopped on the way and about to be fatally shot by a sniper, but Gordon steps in. We have to fight some goons and he helps us in the process. Gordon tells us to head to the chapel. There, Joker is waiting with a detonator, but it doesn't work. We fight him across the chapel, but he can't really fight back. We destroy him, beat him to a pulp. Joker thinks that Batman likes the way it feels to beat down criminals. Joker wants Batman to kill him, and he sees him as a terrifying monster, the same as him. Batman doesn't let the anger take over, though. He controls it. He stops, and gives Gordon his gun back. Gordon still wants to bring Batman in, but he disappears as he looks away. We then get a final cutscene, the aftermath of the incident. Gordon has realized that he let Batman go because of his daughter, Barbara. He used to think he couldn't change the city or the corruption, but now he has a reason to believe he can. Batman made him think that, made him realize that there are things that he can do. Batman and Gordon are finally working together. They can give the city something to believe in. Joker is away in prison, ready to break out and do it all over again, a purpose in his life. After the credits, we see Amanda Waller heading to Deathstroke's prison cell. She offers him a job, seemingly a start to the Suicide Squad. Arkham Origins' story is really good, albeit a bit flawed. The structure of the whole thing leaves something to be desired. By the end, we don't really understand how we got here. It's ultimately a good choice, and I think the writers made the better decision, but looking back at the story, it's weird to see the disparity from the beginning of the game to the end. The setup for the story is essentially just introducing all of the characters that would be deeper explored in side missions. Deadshot, for example, isn't even in the main story outside of his appearance at the beginning on the list of assassins. The direction the story goes, though, is really interesting. It tries to explore the depths of not only Batman's character, but Joker's and Gordon's. It's very well done, and the set pieces, hallucinations, symbolism are very well integrated into the game. It never feels unnatural or useless. Setting this origin as the tone for the entire series is really good as well. It's nice to see where these characters have come from compared to where they are now. Bruce's development over the course of the story also feels natural. It only makes sense that Bruce would start out vengeful and angry, focused on fear over justice. He looks down on the city and the people that commit crimes in Gotham, but he realizes over time that the city needs him, and he needs the city. He has to work with the city, not against it. Gotham becomes a part of him at this point. It almost feels like he's able to move on from what happened to his parents, not fully, but he's in a place where he might be able to forgive for the betterment of everyone. At the end of the game, Alfred tells Batman to come home, but his work is not yet done. There's a lot of extra content here for us to explore, the largest of which is the Most Wanted list. These are side quests that are focused each around one sole villain. Now, these are actually where my problem lies with the game. Before I talk about the weak points, I'll talk about the good missions. There are a couple that are pretty decent. Tracking down Deadshot when he takes down a GCPD helicopter is a pretty interesting side quest. We have to do a lot of detective work to track down his bullet trajectory because he uses ricochets very well. There's also another mission involving the Mad Hatter. This is Batman's introduction to this villain. As he drugs us, we head into a dream world and have to escape his simulation. Jumping around an Alice in Wonderland theme is pretty cool. Having to move through a little obstacle course of clockwork machinery just looks great and makes a fantastic set piece. These missions are the only pieces of side content that are little self-contained stories. Every single other Most Wanted piece of content requires us to travel around the map to points in Gotham that are already shown to us and complete incredibly simple objectives. Destroy Penguin's arm caches, destroy Black Mask's drug stashes, find the escaped Blackgate prisoners, break up the gang fights between the Bird members, disable the Anarchy bombs, find the Riddler informants and the data caches. Every single one is just set points on a map that we go to, fight a couple of enemies, and hit a button. Granted, once we finish each of these missions, there's usually a little boss fight at the end and maybe a little cutscene to deliver us some story. But overall, this side content is incredibly low effort. It's a far cry from the side missions that we got in Arkham City. In that game, each side mission felt like it was tailored to the villain that we were dealing with. Here, it just feels like every single one is the same thing. This is my problem with open world games in general. They started going down a dark path where every single game had to become an open world because it was profitable. This led to every game having this open world disease. They all become node collectors when we look at their side content. Travel to point A, click a button, complete part of a side mission. It's really bad and it's not worth a lot of our time. The Enigma side mission specifically has been just watered down compared to the Arkham City version. We have to get rid of all the network jammers in Gotham. Then we can find Riddler's secret room. We can destroy his server and then have to collect every data pack to get access to the deeper secret workshop that Enigma has hidden. There are a decent amount of data packs in the game, and it takes a bit to find all of them. The data packs are the replacement for the Riddler trophies. He hasn't developed the trophies yet, so the framing device is that Riddler has information, blackmail, on everyone in the city and is going to release it at midnight, taking the city down and giving it to himself. The only problem with these data packs is that a lot of the objectives that we have to complete to get them are exactly the same ones that we find in Arkham City. The developers clearly didn't want to do the work to create new challenges, so just used the ones from the previous game. It's incredibly low effort and just feels like there's no point, especially when we just did that in the previous entry. If we do complete all of these though, we get access to the Riddler's workshop. Here we find a small room that shows blueprints for the Riddler trophies from Arkham City and Asylum, and we can find a Riddler trophy behind a wall. That's it. All of that work for basically nothing. The data packs do unlock profile information on characters from the game, just like in the other entries, but when the challenges to get the data packs are bad and the reward at the end is bad, what is the point in completing the content in the first place? Challenge mode also appears again in this entry and is actually probably one of the best in the series. We don't have to access this one from the main menu, we can access it from the Batcave by using a terminal. We can use all sorts of different characters and suits for these challenges, and they're actually really satisfying. It's really fun fighting a ton of enemies, especially when we have shock gloves and just getting our combo up to ridiculous heights. There are also some challenge campaigns in this entry, which are short little stories. There's one specifically called Initiation that follows Bruce as he learned martial arts. Some of these are really cool and really interesting, and the challenge mode is probably better than seeking out the side content. Before I talk about my final thoughts on Batman Arkham Origins, I should really talk about the DLC expansion that was released for the game. This was called Cold Cold Heart and takes place just a week after Arkham Origins. The Wayne Foundation are awarding the Goth Corps head Ferris Boyle with the Humanitarian of the Year award. This ceremony is taking place at Wayne Manor. The celebration is quickly dashed by an explosion, creating massive icebergs and freezing some of the guests. We see some henchmen arrive and Mr. Freeze demanding Ferris Boyle's attention. Mr. Freeze is not a known villain quite yet. This DLC acts as his introduction. Wayne Manor is in very real danger. Bruce is trying to find Alfred to make sure that he's alright. We play Bruce here. We don't have our gadgets, yet again, and are forced to make do. I always like to play Bruce in these games because it feels like the stakes are higher, and when we get access to our stuff and gadgets, we realize how powerful Batman really is. Alfred is captured and we have to free him. We head to the Batcave through a secret entrance in the wine cellar. The other thing I really like about this DLC is actually being able to enter the Batcave through Wayne Manor. We actually get to see how Batman enters it. It makes it feel more real rather than just being an island off somewhere else. Alfred suggests that Batman uses the new XE suit, a prototype suit that hasn't been tested yet. It's not ready to be used out in the field. Alfred still needs to tweak it, so we take the Batsuit. Alfred is then captured once again, and we have to save him. We make an attempt to free Ferris, but the Iceman himself freezes us. He doesn't have any qualms against Batman and has no need to attack him. He takes Ferris and leaves. We interrogate some henchmen and find out that Penguin's dealer would know where he is. When we're allowed into the city, which is a smaller, slimmed-down version of Gotham for the DLC, we find people frozen. We can use the leaking cryo material to track down Penguin's dealer. He tells us that Freeze made a deal with Penguin to steal cryogenic weapons from Gothcorp in exchange for helping him kidnap Ferris. This doesn't really make sense though, because Gothcorp doesn't manufacture weapons, so why would they have them? We can enter Gothcorp, now finding that Ferris is in the propellant research wing. Ferris was now captured by Penguin once he realized that Freeze wasn't going to give him the weapons that he needs. When Batman intervenes, it gives Freeze an opportunity to attack and take Ferris back. He tells Batman that he has nothing to lose, and Penguin is frozen solid in ice. We learn that Freeze is looking to find a super weapon that Ferris can help him with. The only way to break through the ice blocking the way through Gothcorp is to find the cryo drill that Penguin has at a local club. We head over to the club and Alfred drops in the XE suit, now finally with the finishing touches put on it. This suit primarily upgrades our shock gloves to let us use heat gloves. It has almost the same function but upgrades our strikes against ice-based enemies. This expansion also introduces enemies that have cryo weapons. They can freeze us in combat and are a little harder to take down. The suit also lets us use thermal charged batarangs, which can allow us to interact with environmental ice objects. The suit is actually a good addition to the expansion. I'm always glad when DLC or expansions introduce more gameplay elements. They don't necessarily have to do this. A lot of games just tack on extra story content and call it a day. This suit isn't game-changing, but it does add something extra that's just welcome overall. This allows us to break into the nightclub and interrogate Penguin's men to find out that the cryo drill has been split into 2 pieces. We can gather these pieces and find out that the drill needs a specific fluid, which is at Victor Free's lab at Gothcorp. We can head back to Gothcorp and now actually make our way through the place. We find Free's lab, and here we can go through the steps of a pretty convoluted crime scene. Eventually, we find out that Freeze was attempting to help his wife, Nora. She had Huntington's chorea disease. Freeze was secretly developing weapons for Gothcorp. In exchange, Boyle would devote resources to finding a cure for Nora's disease. This deal was wrecked from the start, though, because Boyle was never going to research a cure. Freeze started to look for a cure himself, but Boyle decided to have Nora removed from the lab. He attacked Victor, and it caused his weapon to go off and caused Freeze to contract the ailment that he has today. He can only survive in sub-zero temperatures. He put together a suit quickly and was able to leave the lab. Batman has some compassion for Freeze after learning this and tells the GCPD about what Ferris did. We can then move through the ice wall that Penguin is trapped in and head toward Freeze, who is currently trying to release his wife. Ferris refuses to let Nora go. Batman tries to reason with Freeze, but he doesn't care and pushes the head of Gothcore into a cryotube. Freeze says that it doesn't matter what happens, he can't feel emotions anymore, and he summons Penguin's men in to attack Batman. Here we have to overload the cryotanks around the room. We can do this by sneaking and avoiding enemy contact. We then have to track Freeze around the room, damaging him from the shadows. This is much like the Freeze fight from Arkham City, but I actually think it's a little better. There's more to do here. We can use our thermal batarangs to knock icicles off of the ceiling and hit Freeze and his men. Freeze will also adapt to certain methods of takedown, so they don't always work again and again. Eventually we take down Freeze. Nora's container has failed, and Boyle returns to freeze Batman. Ferris thinks that Batman is dead, and he wants to spin the story to tell the police what he wants. We break free of the ice and attack Boyle, taking him down and freeing Freeze, as well as his wife. Freeze's story is a pretty tragic one, and I think it was a great idea to focus a story around his origins. He's a villain, sure, but he isn't a villain in the same way that Joker is. He doesn't want chaos. Normally he doesn't want to kill millions or take over the world. He usually just wants to save his wife, and usually he'll do illegal things to get to that end, meaning we have to take him in, but he really has mostly good intentions at the end of the day. Batman seems to feel something for Freeze here, a little bit of pity, a little bit of sympathy. He understands Freeze. He realizes why he does this. The two just can't meet on the same plane of justice, so he has to be taken in. There are two additional side objectives that we can pursue in this DLC. We can stop anarchy riots, and we can free people who have been frozen in ice. These are both, again, just tracking nodes and pressing buttons. It's not much, and I'm honestly not sure why it was even included. The DLC in general is actually pretty good, though. I like the story that it tells, and I think that it's a good addition to the story that Arkham Origins tells. It's worth the price, and it's a substantial amount of gameplay and character development. It sets Freeze up well for what he would go on to do in Arkham City. Arkham Origins is a decent project. It succeeds mostly at what it tries to do. It wanted to be an origin story for the Arkham games. It also wanted to continue to make Warner Brothers money during the time that Arkham Knight was being developed. In all seriousness, Arkham Origins is a good game, but when it stands up to the rest of the games that came before it, Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, it's just slightly worse. The story it tells is pretty great. It puts character first and foremost in this entry. We explore the depths of Batman's reason for becoming a vigilante in the first place. This not only tells a compelling tale, developing Batman's character over time, but it also sets Batman up for where he would be in the present-day games that we've played. Bruce begins the game as an angry, vengeful, out-of-control, and solo hero. But by the time we arrive at the end, he's learned some things. He's realized that he needs to be a symbol for good and justice. He can't compromise on his morals. He also changed drastically in realizing that he needs to accept outside help. This is something that happens a lot in Batman's stories. It's a recurring theme for his character. The game also creates a hero for us to play later. It sets up Batman for more stories to be told in the future. When we play the next sequel, we will know more about Batman and how he got here. We will know how his mind works, how he acts, and where he came from. The story does seem to wander a little bit, though. It doesn't seem to know exactly where it wants to go. Most of the beginning of the story seems to be useless, like we didn't really need it in the first place. It's set up only to be discarded later for a more interesting story to tell. Now, I won't deny that the story that it does decide to tell is more interesting, but discarding its original premise doesn't feel genuine. Arkham Origins gameplay is also pretty good. It keeps the same flowing combat style that the previous games did. It again, as the other entries did, makes us feel like Batman. It's a really fun system overall and just feels great to play. The only problem with Arkham Origins' system is that it doesn't seem to do very much new. Sure, there are new things here, small elements introduced, but the game really feels like the developers didn't want to take any chances. They wanted to use the same system, and this whole if it isn't broke, don't fix it mindset just doesn't really work here. The Arkham series thus far has been about changing things, trying new gameplay styles, mechanics, and elements. It's not about just doing the same thing over and over again. I will say that the elements that it does introduce are good, but it's just not enough to put a new and interesting spin on the gameplay of the series, and we can only bash enemies' heads in so many times in the same exact way. The side content of Arkham Origins is easily the weakest part of the game. It's very lackluster when compared to City and Asylum. City specifically seemed to take its time trying to delve into other characters and widen the world of the games. These side quests are basically all just fetch quests. We could just skip the collection aspect and go to the final part of each mission, and it would leave the same impact. There's just almost no reason to even complete these. This game's side content leans toward the side of time consumption rather than feeling. The side quests don't have feeling, it's all quantity and barely any quality. The side quests in particular feel like a step backward. The city itself also feels a bit downgraded. It feels like we're going from the chaos of Arkham City to bland city streets like Rocksteady didn't want to make in Arkham City. It's not nearly as lively or detailed, it just doesn't feel like it has any of the spirit that those games did. This is all to say that I don't think Arkham Origins is a bad game. And to be honest with you, if you liked the previous Arkham games, I would definitely still play this. It's more of the same, but it just doesn't do it as well. I enjoyed my time with it, but when compared to the rest of the Arkham series, it just doesn't live up. Arkham Origins got mixed reviews on release. It holds a 76% on Metacritic for the PS3 version of the game. Most reviewers cited that the game felt like it didn't really do anything new. Critics also stated that the story was the best part of the game, focusing on Batman's origin was the high point. The open world was criticized for being overly large. Arkham Origins was well-selling during its early time period. It was the top-selling game on the UK charts, but it still ended up selling half the units that Arkham City did. At this point, the sequel to the Arkham series was already in development by Rocksteady. Arkham Knight began development in 2011 just after Rocksteady had finished work on Arkham City. Rocksteady had originally envisioned this entry as the end of the Arkham series. They had begun developing ideas for the end of the series during the production of Arkham City. Rocksteady had made many technical upgrades to the engine for Arkham Knight. They ditched pre-rendered cutscenes, now rendering cutscenes in-game, and could now allow for 5 times the amount of enemies on screen over the previous entries. Arkham Knight also used the Apex physics engine, creating realistic movement on objects in the game. The team had decided to include the Batmobile in this entry, something that they wanted to do previously but couldn't make a reality because of the technical limitations. They decided to create a new design for the vehicle that would fit their version of the Batman universe. The team also wanted the Batmobile to fit well mechanically. They wanted the traversal with the vehicle to have its own distinct uses versus gliding. They didn't want players to gravitate towards one mode of travel and only use that. The traversal overall was an important part of the experience for the team. They decided not to use fast travel in this entry because they felt that it would allow players to skip moving throughout the city, which was an integral part of the gameplay. The team also had to expand on the city because of the addition of the Batmobile. This required them to make the buildings taller and the streets wider to accommodate for the new vehicle. Because the city was bigger, the team wanted to fill that new space with something. Shops, billboards, signs, new details that could provide style but also narrative. The writers wanted to focus on the psyche of Batman. They particularly wanted to focus on what it means to be Batman, what the weight of that responsibility is, and how Batman is affected by it. Arkham Knight was originally set to release on October 14th, 2014. It was then delayed twice because the team wasn't happy with where the game was currently at. Arkham Knight would eventually release on June 23rd, 2015 for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Windows. Before we get into the game, I'd like to give a quick note. This is on the structure of this review. Arkham Knight is a game of decent length, but just like the previous games, it has even more side content. This side content is actually sort of mandatory to get the full ending. Because there's so much side content, we will first talk about the game, its mechanics, and its story, including the full ending to the game. After this, we'll venture back to talk about all of the side content included in the game. We'll then go back to talk about all of the DLC that Arkham Knight has to offer, because there's quite a lot. Arkham Knight begins with an intro cutscene. We're serenaded by Sinatra's "I've Got You Under My Skin," a song that will set the tone for the story the game is about to tell, a song that will mean more and more as time goes on. Joker's body is being put into a cremation oven, a full confirmation that he is dead. He's gone. He's not coming back, at least not how we think. We have to hit the button to incinerate him, and we hear Jim Gordon set the stage for the game.
This is how it happened. This is how the Batman died.
He tells us that he cremated Joker 9 months ago. Gotham was ready for a war, for a struggle, rival factions ready to take the top spot left vacant by the Joker. But this never came. Crime fell in Gotham, but Gordon knew this was a temporary armistice. We actually are controlling Officer Owens here in first person. This lets us see Gotham through ordinary eyes. It's a stark contrast to how we normally see it, flying from far above in the shadows. The faces are obscured, but here we can see the everyday people that inhabit the city, a gritty and up-close look at the lives of the ones that call this place their home. Owens gets some waffles and bacon, but a civilian comes over and tells him that someone is smoking in the diner. When we confront him, Owens is hit with Scarecrow's fear toxin, and the world begins to change around him. Monstrous beasts begin to attack the officer and the patrons of the diner. We have to defend the place, killing as many as we can. We then see a news report. This was clearly a chemical attack by Scarecrow. He delivers a message to the people that this was a small taste of what's to come, and by tomorrow morning, this will seem like child's play. The citizens of Gotham begin to swarm evacuation buses out of the city. Most of the city has been evacuated at this point, with only the criminals left to inhabit the place. Penguin and Two-Face kill a police officer. The city's been lost in 24 hours, and Jim Gordon tells us that Gotham has one man left to save everyone. This intro is really fantastic. Not only does it let us see Gotham for a brief moment of normalcy, but it lets us experience the chaos of its villains at a ground level. We get to see what the fallout from one of these attacks is like as an average Joe. It also sets the scene very well. It doesn't take its time, but just like the other intros in the series, it finds its place at the table. As Batman, we head to the recently lit bat signal. Gordon is there, telling his daughter to stay safe. Batman tells Gordon that he won't let Scarecrow detonate his chemical weapon. We get a call to rescue a missing patrol car and head off. I should note here that there's been some cast changes made to some classic characters in this entry. Most notably, Jim Gordon's voice actor has been changed from David Kaye to Jonathan Banks, who you probably know as Michael Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad. I wasn't particularly fond of this change upon beginning the game. I found it pretty hard to separate Banks' voice from his previous work, and the fact that he wasn't really changing his voice didn't make this much easier. But then I realized that this portrayal of Gordon is much different from the previous entries. Here he's worn down, he's tired. The city has been taken and he seems defeated before things have even begun. He's still ready to fight, but he's not the freshly inspired man that we saw before. In this interpretation of the character, I actually really enjoy Banks' performance. It began to grow on me throughout the course of the game, and you can really feel him sink into the role. Additionally, Scarecrow's voice actor has been changed from Dino Andrade to John Noble, who I mostly remember as Denethor from the Lord of the Rings movies. Noble does fantastic work here, and again pushes Scarecrow further into this version of Gotham. The rest of the cast has mostly stayed the same. Kevin Conroy returning as Batman, Mark Hamill returning as the Joker, and Tara Strong returning as Harley Quinn. They all bring their A-game here and do fantastic work, as usual. Batman contacts Oracle and she helps us track the missing squad car. We head over to the location and save the police officer who's surrounded by thugs. We then almost get hit by a military vehicle which we track down with the Batmobile and interrogate the driver for information on Scarecrow. He tells us that Scarecrow is in a penthouse in Chinatown. We also get some of the fear toxin from the goon. At the warehouse, Scarecrow has Poison Ivy captive. Scarecrow's toxin is then pumped into the cell, and his goon is killed by Ivy, who is immune to the toxin. Ivy tells Batman about a meeting between all of Gotham's villains. The goal was to take Batman out and gain control of the city. Ivy wasn't interested, though, and was taken captive. She then grabs Batman with her vines and he's whisked away. This doesn't stop Batman for long, though. He takes Ivy prisoner, but they're soon set upon by military vehicles. We can remote control the Batmobile and take out the goons, as well as a force of unmanned tanks nearby. Before we get further into the story of Arkham Knight, though, we should probably talk about its combat systems. The first combat system, free flow combat, remains mostly unchanged, though with some slight additions and upgrades. We attack and counter enemies to keep our combo going, eventually using extra abilities once our combo gets to a certain amount. This smooth system is just as good as ever, and I won't really talk about it too much since it's mostly the same as before. There are some additions to hand-to-hand combat, like the new bat suit allowing Batman to use his enemy's momentum against them. If we move towards an enemy attack, when countering them, we can throw them. Environmental takedowns have also been introduced, allowing us to use pieces of our surroundings to defeat thugs. This adds another level of depth to the combat, pushing things further into the world. We can also fight with many of Batman's friends in this entry. When fighting off a group of goons with another character, we can use dual team takedowns, which are a flashy way to take out enemies, and also swaps our control to the other character while keeping our combo running. These other characters also have their own distinct movesets, but generally function the same as Batman for the base controls. Allowing us to play so many other characters, even for a brief moment, is a pretty good addition, and the dual team takedowns are always very stylish and bring a distinct comic book feel to the game. The Predator mode again stays mostly the same, with some slight upgrades. Of course, these upgrades mostly come in the form of new gadgets or upgraded abilities that we receive. We will stalk enemies in the shadows, distract them, sneak up on them to take them out, or set up traps for them to fall into. This entry seems to lean heavily into the Disruptor gadget from the previous games, which is now a gun that we can use to shoot small disruptor charges on different pieces of equipment. This can be used to disrupt weapons, or it can be upgraded to sabotage caches of weapons, medic backpacks, sentry guns, a variety of different things. It's an incredibly useful tool and probably one of the best in the game. Arkham Knight also introduces the fear mechanic. This is not a gauge, but an on-off sort of thing. We gain the fear gauge by taking down enemies silently. Once we do this from the shadows, we can initiate a multi-fear takedown. This allows us to take down multiple enemies at once. This speeds up Predator sections quite a lot, especially because the game generally increases the amount of enemies involved. The third version of combat in Arkham Knight, though, is the Batmobile. The Batmobile is a completely new introduction to the series. First and foremost, we use it as a method of transport around the city. Like I said in the development section, the Batmobile is purposefully weighted to be useful as traversal in different situations. Getting around the city to far-off locations is where the Batmobile comes in really handy. We can also launch out of the Batmobile into a quick glide, but this isn't the only use that the Batmobile has. It's also used to defeat remote-controlled military vehicles. These combat sections will let us control the Batmobile and take out the enemies with our various weapons. These sections are fine. I don't actually have a huge problem with them. I know that this and the Batmobile in general are the big sticking points for the main criticisms of the game, but it really isn't that bad. Though the other side of that is that it's really not that great either. At first, I wasn't really on board with the Batmobile combat, but once I reframed it, it was a little better. I began to think about these sections as like a Batman mech minigame, and it seemed to work a little better in my mind. They do get a little repetitive, and they don't have the enemy variety that they should, making it a little tedious, but the Batmobile controls well. Shots are accurate, and it's fun in short bursts. If they added more variety to the combat encounters, then I think these sections would be pretty great. They're just a little forced, and it doesn't work fully. But, in my opinion, it's definitely not as bad as they say. The combat in Arkham Knight in general is pretty great. As usual, every system feels upgraded, slightly better in a variety of ways. The new introduction of the Batmobile isn't the greatest, but it's still pretty good. If they had another entry to fully flesh out the system, it would probably be just as good as the other aspects of combat. We end up taking Poison Ivy back to the GCPD. This is where we will take most of the criminals that we apprehend in the world, in the main story and in the side quests. The GCPD exists as a sort of breathing area for Arkham Knight. We can come here and take a break. Things move slow here. The villains' reign and wrath can't touch this space. It's a spot for information, for recouping, for taking stock. On the way out, Gordon gives us a list of tasks that might be pertinent to take on. These are some of the side quests that we'll be able to complete for Arkham Knight, but like I said before, we'll take a look at those later. Our main mission takes us back to the clock tower. Here we find a hideout for Batman. We can use a retinal scanner hidden in a statue that will transform this place into a workstation. We can use this to analyze the fear toxin that Scarecrow is using. Oracle helps us look for something that we can trace. Barbara says that it will take some time to find the location where the toxin was made, but Batman wants to reconfigure an antenna to make this go faster. Barbara doesn't like lying to her father. It seems that she told him she left the city when she didn't. She stayed back to help Batman. We find the antenna nearby. We need to use the power winch on the Batmobile to power the device. This is a new upgrade that Lucius Fox gives us access to. We can use it to pull down objects in areas, creating new paths or giving us access to secret locations. We can also use it to give devices an electrical charge, which will be incredibly useful now. We have to run the vehicle across rooftops to get to an antenna's power control. Once we talk to Barbara, Robin, Tim Drake, chimes in. He wants to help, but Batman wants him to stay safe. We next need a microwave tower to triangulate where Scarecrow is. We head there, gaining the upgraded suit and a short tutorial on the Predator system in Arkham Knight. Batman tosses a remote-controlled Batarang in the air. We have to use both towers to find the location of the toxin manufacturer. He's making them at Ace Chemicals. Once we arrive, the bridge into the place is blown by a military helicopter, one operated by someone we haven't seen before. Barbara says that this mystery man has been training soldiers in Venezuela. The new villain goes by the name Arkham Knight, but no one knows who he really is. We have to rescue the captured workers at the facility to try and find Scarecrow's location. We have to use a signal analyzer to track down voice signals in the area. From here, it becomes clear that the Arkham Knight wants Batman dead, and he wants it done now. Once we find one of the hostages, the Arkham Knight confronts us himself. He says that he knows every move Batman is going to make before he does. He seems to know some things about Batman that other people wouldn't, like the weak points on his armor. Whoever the Arkham Knight is contacting tells him not to end it yet, but we use our remote-controlled Batmobile to escape. We find out that Scarecrow plans to cover the East Coast in fear toxin. We make our way throughout Ace Chemicals using the Batmobile to maneuver through ramps around the facility. Robin again wants Batman to let him help out, but he again refuses. Barbara tries to convince Batman as well. In this version of the Batman story, Barbara and Tim Drake are dating. Batman believes that Barbara's feelings for Tim are clouding her judgment. This clearly introduces some conflict of interest, some outside relationship that affects the decisions of the people involved. We have to further make our way through Ace Chemicals. Once outside, we have to take down some remote-controlled bots and defeat a helicopter. There are some puzzles here that we have to solve with the remote-controlled Batmobile. They aren't that inventive, though, and this is one of the parts that becomes tedious when using the vehicle. Having to pull an elevator shaft up and down to travel into a facility is a little more time-consuming than I'd like. We eventually have to break into the lower levels of Ace Chemicals, taking out sentries on our way and many, many guards. We eventually track down Scarecrow himself and his manufacturing sector for the fear toxin. Scarecrow doesn't seem to be too worried, though. He says that he's in control. He tells Batman to let him go or Barbara Gordon will die. Bruce tells Barbara to get out quick, but she isn't worried. Scarecrow traps Batman inside of the center chamber. Batman now has to stop the neutralizing agent from going off, or at least to subdue it. We have to pull canisters of the agent out of their containers, making sure to move them slowly as they'll go off if we're too quick. Each canister reduces the blast radius of the bomb by 25%. At this point, Bruce feels responsible for Barbara being captured. He feels like it was his fault because he allowed her to stay in the city. He's ready to give his life to protect Gotham. He always was. It doesn't seem like he'll make it out in time. He tells Alfred one final goodbye, a quiet, somber moment backed by a touching track.
Master Bruce, I implore you, you must get out of there. If this is about Miss Gordon, you cannot blame yourself for what's happened. Save yourself before it's too late.
Goodbye, Alfred.
But just as Batman pulls the last canister out, an old friend appears.
Miss me?
Batman is shot, and we switch to camera feeds watching Jim Gordon land outside of Panessa Studios, an old rundown movie studio that's been abandoned. This section is actually a flashback taking place before what we just saw. We're controlling Commissioner Gordon here as he walks up to a VIP elevator. His voice is analyzed, and he's let inside. The elevator takes him downstairs where we realize one of Batman's hideouts exists. We find some people kept captive. They each seem to have a recognizable demeanor, green hair and white makeup on their faces. One of them, an older gentleman, doesn't seem to fit this bill though. Eventually, Batman approaches Gordon. He shows them the subjects. When Joker sent his infected blood to the hospitals in the area, not all of it was stopped. A few people got blood transfusions with his DNA, and it's turned them into something like him. Henry Adams has been infected as well, but he seems naturally immune to Joker's blood. Batman is using him to figure out how to cure the others. There's a missing subject, one that was infected but isn't captive. We then jump back to present day to find the Joker standing over us in the fear toxin chamber. We pretty quickly realize that Joker isn't actually alive, but Batman's mutated blood from when he was infected is interacting with the fear toxin to create hallucinations of his old friend. This stays consistent throughout the entire game. Joker will haunt Batman in everything he does, following him like a specter. This turns out to be a little more than just a hallucination, though, more of Joker's consciousness living on through Batman. It's a strange concept, one that I think works for the most part. If you think a little too hard about it, it kind of begins to fall apart, but we are playing a comic book game after all. I do like the idea of Joker haunting Batman in general. The Joker was Batman's biggest menace, but as we've talked about before, their relationship was almost necessary. As we can see now that the Joker has died, things have begun to fall apart. The delicate balance has shifted. Joker also represents a great fear to Batman. Where Bruce very much enjoys order, justice, and peace, Joker represents chaos, free reign, madness. It's more than just a difference in ideals, though. Joker makes Batman uncomfortable. His unpredictability leaves Batman unable to know what he'll do next. This natural state is something that Batman has spent years trying to understand. When Joker died, all of that fear was gone, but now it's resurfaced, meant to follow him around unendingly. I also think that it's just a good place for Joker to exist, haunting Batman in the city from the shadows, even after his death. It's a good storytelling mechanic, but its problems mostly lie in practicality. Batman eventually escapes the Ace Chemicals plant by using the remote-controlled Batmobile. Alfred calls Batman to find out that he's made it out alive. Batman reduced the blast radius, but the bomb still went off. Batman sees Joker on the screen while talking to Alfred. Gordon tells Batman to meet him at the GCPD. Batman tells Gordon what happened, and he's distraught. Batman doesn't tell him the full story, though. He doesn't tell him that Barbara was helping him. Joker is reveling in these emotions. He loves seeing it all fall down. We have to protect Gordon's car from attackers as we weave through the city. We eventually have to put Gordon in the car. Nearby, we secure the clock tower, which was briefly taken over by some of Arkham Knight's militia. When Batman drops down into the clock tower, it doesn't look like his base anymore. It looks like Barbara's apartment. We see a vision of Barbara being paralyzed by the Joker, a pretty big reference to the Killing Joke. Eventually, Gordon shows up and he realizes that Barbara has been working with Batman. He storms out of the place, saying he shouldn't have trusted Batman and leaving his communicator. This has to be incredibly distressing for Batman. Not only is it his fault that Barbara was stolen, but now one of his only friends, the man that has stood next to him in the darkness, wants nothing to do with him. Gordon and Batman are incredibly close. Working together as two symbols, figureheads of justice in the city of Gotham, has made them that way. But here, they're fractured, fragmented. We have to figure out who took Barbara. We can scan CCTV footage from around Gotham. This is a new detective feature to the game that really isn't used that much, but I did enjoy it. We can switch through different camera feeds, selecting quadrants that we want to scan. We can reverse or fast forward through footage to see exactly what happened and find the clues that we need to keep the investigation going. The new mechanic feels like it fits the universe pretty well. It modernizes the games a little bit as well, considering that CCTVs are monitoring everyone, everywhere, all the time. It's a common tactic used to find criminals these days, and Batman would definitely be using it to his advantage. We find out that Barbara was taken in one of the Arkham Knight's militia vehicles. We can use the Batmobile's forensic scanner to track the tire marks in the road. This is a sort of detective mode specifically for the Batmobile. We eventually have to take down a militia checkpoint to get to another island in Gotham. Nearby, we see that the Riddler has taken Catwoman captive. We get sidetracked to quickly save her, which begins the Riddler side mission for this entry, which we'll talk about later in the video. Tracing the vehicle marks deeper into Gotham, we find the car that Barbara was taken in crashed. Here, we can use our detective mode to piece together the crime scene. This is a bit of an upgraded version of the detective mode in Arkham Origins. We can play through parts of the crime and find pieces of evidence that give us a timeline of events. I do think it works much better here, though. Not only is it less finicky than Arkham Origins was, it also just looks better. There's a better layout of events, and the design of clue locations and action in the scene is very well done. We eventually find out that Barbara left behind a chip, a scrambler device that could be decrypted to figure out where the Arkham Knight is. We can head to Wayne Enterprises to talk to Lucius Fox. He helps us find the location of the new villain and also gives us a new upgrade for the Batmobile. He lets us choose which one we'd like, though. We can do this multiple times throughout the course of the game, and it does lend some variety in how you end up using the Batmobile. We eventually find the Arkham Knight's hideout and have to infiltrate it. Robin calls Batman and asks him about Barbara, but he lies to him as well, telling him that she's fine, she's just working on something for him. We have to make our way through the hideout, but the Knight gets the jump on Batman. His militia attacks, and we have to contend with some stronger and faster enemies. The Knight escapes, and one of his lackeys tells us that he's with Barbara Gordon. We almost crush the lackey's head with the Batmobile, and he tells us that he's seeing the Penguin, who helped supply safe houses. We eventually get an upgrade to the Batmobile, which allows us to infect enemy vehicles with a virus. This virus will bring them onto our side until they're destroyed. This is pretty effective and useful in combat, especially when we charge up our ability meter and can infect multiple vehicles at once. We meet Dick Grayson on a rooftop in Gotham. He tells Batman that Penguin is smuggling guns, and this begins our side mission with the Penguin and Nightwing. We destroy one of Penguin's weapon caches and get surrounded outside by some militia thugs. We have to take down the sentries by using the Batmobile remotely. Our next goal is to track down Simon Stagg. Scarecrow is heading to Stagg's airship, which hangs over the city. We get access to the remote hacking device that allows us to gain entry into the airship. We can tap into the airship's control with our hacking device, which allows us to tip the large balloon and move crates back and forth. This will normally gain us entry into areas. We have to defeat a ton of goons and eventually find Stagg. They're looking for a new clean energy tech that Stagg is developing. They have Barbara, but Joker takes over, and we see him instead of Stagg, not knowing what is real and what isn't at this point. All of the knocked out soldiers turn into Joker, and we have to begin taking them out, reflecting Batman's rage and annoyance at these setbacks. The group of Jokers eventually swarm him, and Stagg has been taken away. We have to get to the second airship, but there's turrets guarding it. Further in, we can find some footage of Stagg's capture and track his handprints across the ship. We can then take out the turrets and head back to find new enemies, medics. These are one of the biggest changes to free-flow combat in the game. Medics can actually bring back knocked out enemies. They're a target that should be taken out first. They can also give enemies a shock field around them so that we can't attack or counter them until it's gone. Once we get to the second airship, we find Stagg captured. It's clear he was working with Scarecrow, developing something called the Cloudburst. Stagg is pumped full of toxin, though, and begins to succumb to it. Further down, Scarecrow hits Batman with the toxin again, reveling in his fear. He wants to bring Batman to his knees. He wants to reveal his identity and break his symbol. He wants Batman to show fear, so that the entire city will lose hope, with their protector broken. Then, Joker seems to have taken over. Batman's eyes are green, and a crowd of clowns watch as he takes out the enemies around him. Batman takes down Scarecrow, and Joker eggs him on to kill him and throw away his beliefs. His infected blood is clearly taking over. We can't tell what's hallucination and what's reality at this point. As Batman pulls the trigger, he realizes there was no gun. He would have killed in that moment. He lost control. Scarecrow tells Batman that he's changed. He's not like he was before. Scarecrow activates his devices and separates a piece of the airship, fleeing the scene. Batman is hit with a missile and incapacitated. Scarecrow then shows us Barbara, trapped. We head to her location and she's pumped with fear toxin, but Batman can't reach her. The gas causes her to end her own life. This was all Batman's fault. He was the reason Barbara stayed in the city. Even after that, he couldn't manage to save her once she was in danger. Batman feels entirely responsible for this, for taking away Gordon's daughter and Tim's girlfriend. Batman doesn't know how to live with himself at this point. Alfred tells Batman that the cloudburst is a dispersal device for Scarecrow's toxin. Batman gets an idea to go to Poison Ivy. She had immunity and she might be the key to creating a countermeasure. He convinces her to help by telling her that he'll destroy all of her plants. One of Ivy's spores can counteract Scarecrow's toxin. She can produce more, but she can't do it on her own. Outside, a Cobra drone patrols the streets. We have to scan it from each side to find its weak spot. These drones are a new challenge for the Batmobile. Their guns will destroy our vehicle incredibly quick. Luckily, they only have vision in a certain cone. We have to sneak up behind them and deliver a shot to their weak point to take them out. We get a new secondary weapon for the Batmobile from Lucius, an EMP that will take out enemy weaponry for a short period. Once we arrive at the Botanical Gardens, Ivy shows us a massive plant that runs underneath Gotham. We have to get a new sensor that will allow us to track the root system underneath the city. Once we do this, we can neutralize Scarecrow's toxin with a looming plant hovering the city. We head back to Panessa's studios. Alfred wants Batman to be careful when he tells Tim Drake about Barbara's death. Batman doesn't want to tell him at all, though, not until the threat has been dealt with. This is a huge deal for Batman. It fits in with his thinking that having Tim clear-headed and still able to help Gotham in its time of crisis would probably save more lives, but it's incredibly cold and calculated. Alfred warns that Bruce could lose him forever if he found out that he lied. They can't yet locate the cloudburst because there's radio towers and a missile launcher protecting Gotham from the Batwing. Tim is worried about Barbara and tells him to let him help again, but Bruce wants him working on a cure, which he's made good progress towards. Outside, we have to glide on top of one of the relay drones patrolling the city. We can take out the radar tower and the long-ranged missile launcher. In the process, the Arkham Knight finds us. We try to take him out and Batman attempts to find out his identity, but they're too evenly matched and he gets away once again. We destroy the missile launcher and there's still no sign of the cloudburst in the city. Just then, Henry Adams calls to say that the studios have been taken and Robin is in trouble. Just then, Harley steps in, clearly having helped the patients escape. We can then head to the studios and use our new gadget, the voice synthesizer, to recreate Harley's voice and get inside. This device can also be used to distract people in combat. When we get inside, Robin works with us to take back the place. Harley has let the infected patients out and is trying to take out Batman. There's one in each wing of Panessa that we have to seek out and take down. The first patient is Christina Bell, a former executive on the board at Queen Industries in Star City. We take her out pretty easily and head to the next patient. Before we get there, Batman begins to see visions of Jason Todd being tortured by the Joker. This was a very large plot line in the Batman comics. Jason Todd was killed by the Joker. This plot line has been used to build up the character of Batman for a long time. It's something, in this universe at least, that he looks back on as a large failure. It follows him around, and he's protective of the people that work for him for that exact reason. We make it into the next part of the studio where Johnny Charisma, another infected who was previously a famous singer, is holding down the fort. He decides to sing us a song, and we see Joker in his place. The platform in the center is rotating, and we have to control Tim to stop the bombs around the room. Once we do this, the two take Charisma down. On our way to find the next patient, we then see Todd tortured again. This time, Joker is mentally ripping into Todd as well, telling him that Bruce abandoned him and left him for dead, that he doesn't care what happens. We then take out the last patient, Albert King, a famous prize fighter. We defeat him by using dual-team takedowns. Just then, Harley is trying to make it into the room where Henry Adams is holed up. We take her and her goons out, only to find the Joker patients dead. Henry killed them, having been finally taken over by the infection. He doesn't shoot Batman and suddenly takes his own life. He tells Robin that he's going to lock himself up. Tim is going to take Scarecrow on by himself now. Bruce can't be trusted now that he's being taken over by the toxin. Robin heads out and Joker lets Batman out, seeing another vision of Jason being tortured and filmed by the Joker. Jason finally admits that he hates Batman. He's been indoctrinated through months of brutality and mind games. Before he can tell Joker Batman's name, he shoots Jason dead. We then see Robin again telling us to get in the cell, but we counter him and put Tim inside instead. Batman can't let him hurt himself in trying to save the city. He lies to Alfred about Tim. It's possible that the infection is beginning to take over further, making Batman more unpredictable. We have to take Poison Ivy back to the GCPD after she is attacked by militia members. Just then, something happens, and it seems the cloudburst has been activated. The entire city is covered in a thick orange and brown haze. Ivy stays behind in her plants, and we have to seek out Stag. He's hiding out in his airship again, and he tells us that we need a Nimbus cell to protect ourselves from the cloudburst. We have to head down into the cloud and get to the Batmobile. Alfred warns Batman because further exposure could permanently damage him. We have to remove the fuel cell slowly once again. The toxin begins to increase the effect of the Joker infection. We have to journey underground and find the source of the plants below. This releases the plants, and we can finally fight the cloudburst that Arkham Knight is controlling himself. This is really one of the only boss fights in the game. There really aren't many, and I think it is one of the weaker points of Arkham Knight. Considering the fact that the boss fights from previous games are such a distinct high point, it really isn't great to see them absent here. We have to destroy all of the Cobra tanks in the area, then we can focus on the cloudburst. We have to target each side of the machine, getting all of its weak spots. It gets more and more powerful as it goes. Eventually, the Knight exits the tank, clearly defeated. We extract him from the place, and Batman beats him down to reveal the Joker underneath. Batman's mind has been so warped at this point, so lost, that he can't even get answers. Batman tells Ivy to get rid of the rest of the toxin, but she isn't responsive. When we get back to Ivy, she tries to clear the toxin but is killed in the process. Her death cleanses the city of Scarecrow's plague. She sacrificed herself to save Gotham. We head back to the GCPD and find out that Gordon has located Scarecrow. He's looking for vengeance now, going rogue, trying to make Scarecrow pay for what he did to Barbara. We have to steal the remote electrical charge from the evidence room, a place that's basically a museum for Batman's villains. We finally meet the Arkham Knight again underground. He's in a massive drill machine, and we have another boss fight with the Batmobile. We can do damage to the machine by luring it into caves loaded with explosives. We do this 3 times, and it's destroyed. Once it's destroyed, we find Gordon trapped, and the Arkham Knight reveals his identity. It's Jason Todd himself, with a J branded on his face from Joker's torture. The Joker indoctrinated Jason, convincing him to hate Batman. He bred a rage inside of Jason to create a villain that could take Batman down. That rage and resentment have built up for years to create the Arkham Knight. We have a boss fight with the Arkham Knight. I will say, this reveal is pretty obvious. When I started the game, I was pretty sure I already knew who the Arkham Knight was, especially when they began questioning his identity. There have been similar appearances of Jason Todd, being Red Hood in the comics and initially appearing as a villain before revealing that he had never died. This is a pretty massive storyline, very recognizable, and anyone who was familiar probably saw it coming from a mile away. I can't really criticize it too much, though, because I'm sure people who hadn't read the comics didn't know it was coming. It's possible that they could have done this in a different way, or even just picked a different storyline to adapt, but it was a little too telegraphed for me. We fight Arkham Knight across multiple rooms. He sits on a vantage point, so we have to take out his goons and then attack him from the shadows. We have to do this 3 times, and we defeat him. Batman holds back his rage, realizing that he's about to punch a former Robin. He also realizes what he did and takes some responsibility for what happened to Jason. He offers him his hand and asks him to turn it around. Batman tells Alfred what happened, but as he turns his back, Jason is gone. We free Gordon, and Batman tries to apologize to him, but Gordon just wants vengeance for his daughter. They're attacked by more thugs, and we take them out. Batman again apologizes to Gordon for what happened to Barbara. He tells Gordon that it wasn't his fault. The two head to the top of the tower, and Scarecrow is waiting at the top. Gordon turns on Batman. Scarecrow returns Barbara, who is alive. He promised to give Barbara back if Gordon turned on Batman. Gordon then shoots Batman, but this isn't what Scarecrow wanted. He doesn't want Batman dead, he wants to control him. He forces Gordon to face his fears by pushing Barbara off the roof. Batman saves her just as she tumbles toward the ground. Batman was shot by Gordon in the bat symbol on his chest. This is the strongest point in his armor so that when people target it, it won't hurt him. This was referenced much earlier in the game when Arkham Knight was pointing out Batman's weaknesses. We have to take Oracle back to the GCPD. They need to get data from the clock tower to find Gordon. We have to again take back the clock tower from the militia. We head back to the GCPD where Scarecrow has begun to display a message. He tells the police that Batman can't save them. At this point, a full-out assault on the GCPD has begun. We have to protect the place by destroying a massive amount of militia vehicles. We head back to Panessa Studios to find Robin gone. He was stolen by Scarecrow while Batman was away. Scarecrow wants Batman to reveal his identity to save Robin. Batman has no choice at this point. We have to give up, surrender to Scarecrow, and take the mask off. We have to enter a truck. We are seeing in first person through Batman's vision as the truck is hit. Batman is back in Crime Alley yet again and is forced to fight off a massive group of Jokers. He's back in the truck and we're transported back to Arkham Asylum. The imagery and shots are all a throwback to the beginning of the first game. It's only fitting for it to end where it all began. Scarecrow has Robin captured, with Gordon beside him. Scarecrow wants to reveal Batman's identity to the world here, with Gordon taking off his mask. This motivation is incredibly clear. Scarecrow wants something here. He wants to break Gotham down. He wants to see the fear in the entire city. He wants the horror to wash over Gotham. What's the best way to make a city terrified? Break down their symbol, attack their hope, destroy any semblance of protection that they have. That's Batman. But it doesn't make sense to just kill Batman. Scarecrow first has to unmask him. He has to remove the meaning of Batman's symbol. The main reason that Batman can't have his identity known to the public is that it would remove the impact of what the hero stands for. When the city sees Batman, they have no idea who he is. He could be a billionaire, or he could be your next-door neighbor, some guy on the street. It's an inspiration, an ideal to strive for, so that people can rise up and realize that everyone has the capacity to be better. If people realize that it's Bruce Wayne, a billionaire with tons of money to buy gadgets and training, that it won't mean as much. He'll just be a savior, not a symbol. Scarecrow shoots Robin, a non-lethal shot, but tells Batman to take his mask off or he'll kill Robin next time. Batman realizes that this is the end. He knows what needs to happen and tells Gordon to take off his mask. Gordon does it, and Bruce's face is streamed to the city across every news network. Scarecrow is surprised at his identity. He injects his fear toxin into Batman to let the entire city see their protector scared. We then see the villains of the city discussing what to do with someone, Joker. They're deciding if they should kill him. Just then, the Batmobile jumps in to save Joker, but it isn't the normal Batmobile. This is Joker's vehicle, the Joker-mobile, I guess. We use the mounted guns to wipe every thug in the room out. We control Joker, a gun in his hands as he heads through the halls. He shoots Penguin dead, Riddler, Two-Face, and Gordon. He walks out into Gotham to see a burning wasteland, a horrifying picture of a city lost to chaos and evil. It's over. Alfred contacts Joker, who it seems is actually Batman being taken over by Joker's blood. He's begging Batman to stop this assault. We then jump back to the asylum, Joker in the chair, showing us that the infection has completed its transformation of Bruce Wayne. He injects more toxin into Batman, transporting us back to the Nightmare City. We then control Joker in first person, heading through ever-changing tombs. We see Harley mourning the Joker's death. We see the announcement of his demise. We eventually enter a room where Batman statues slowly begin to swarm us, an endless army. A containment chamber in Arkham Asylum shows up. Batman walks out and the Joker can't kill him. Batman beats down Joker and throws him in his cell. Batman has overcome the infection. The true cure was fighting it inside your own mind. This surreal little section clearly depicts Batman taking back his mental state from the Joker, taking back his body. But it also exhibits something else. It shows Bruce moving on from the Joker. In my opinion, that's what the underlying thread for this whole game is, Bruce learning to deal with the Joker being gone. His mind games gave him a second chance at life. He existed inside of Bruce's mind and haunted him. His death, his unsolved mystery, the secrets that he died with, his tricks still lingered on in that of Jason Todd. He haunts Bruce from the grave throughout the entire game, but the ultimate character change here is Bruce learning to leave Joker in the past. There are other things to fight now, and bigger problems to deal with. Scarecrow eventually decides to kill Batman, but when he goes to pull the trigger, Jason Todd shoots the gun from his hands, now as Red Hood. Batman injects Scarecrow with his own fear toxin, and he sees a nightmare version of Batman stalking towards him. Batman tells Gordon to look after everyone. He takes Scarecrow to the GCPD. Now, this is where the ending gets a little hairy. Batman wants to initiate something called the Nightfall Protocol. This is an end times type solution for Batman. We can initiate the Nightfall Protocol after completing 7 of the most wanted side missions, which doesn't take very long if we do the shortest ones. But that won't give us the full ending to the game. We can only get the full ending if we deal with every crime and villain in the city before we leave it. So for the sake of comprehensiveness, we're just going to talk about the full ending. When we initiate the Nightfall Protocol, Bruce heads to the Bat Signal on top of the GCPD. He takes off his cowl and leaves it behind. He tells Gordon that Gotham is safe and gives him one last goodbye. After looking out over Gotham one more time, he takes the Batwing home and the signal is destroyed. The police head out into the city to take back their town since the major threats have been dealt with. Reporters have begun to swarm Wayne Manor and the Batwing flies in. Bruce steps out and heads into his home. Alfred asks if Bruce really wants to do this, and he says it's the only way to protect them. The manor then explodes in a massive blaze. With a bit of a fake-out ending, we see Gordon looking over Gotham, beside the destroyed Bat Signal. It seems that he's heading to Tim and Barbara's wedding. We then see a family walking in an alley, very reminiscent of Bruce's origins all those years ago. But before the criminals can create another vigilante orphan, we see someone watching over them, a fiery, terrifying version of Batman that sends the criminals running. There are many theories as to what this ending signifies for the future after we roll credits on Arkham Knight. Who is this terrifying figure looming above Gotham now? Some people think that someone else took up the cowl. Azrael, Jason Todd, Dick Grayson, Tim Drake. Some think that this ending was showing that the city began using fear gas on criminals to control them. Some think that this was all just a metaphor for the citizens becoming inspired and rising up in the wake of Bruce's death. The most accepted ending, though, and probably the most realistic one, is that Bruce faked he and Alfred's deaths. This allows him to once again take on the mantle of Batman, but it wasn't just enough to be able to become Batman again. Bruce needed the criminals in the city to fear him. He needed them to be scared of Batman. They even say in the final scene that they aren't scared of Batman anymore, so it's possible that Bruce started using Scarecrow's toxin on criminals to inspire that fear. This probably seems the most likely ending, but I don't really think it's the best. I think that someone else should have taken up the mantle. I think this would have created a symbol for the city that no matter who is there will always be a Batman. And it doesn't matter who's under the mask. It's a duty, not an identity. I don't really like the idea of Bruce faking his death only to go back to being Batman once again. It would have been nice to see him get away from the entire thing. We've now talked about the story of Arkham Knight and the ending in particular, but like I said before, to even get this ending, we have to complete every single piece of side content in the game. There's actually quite a bit of missions here. Some of these are pretty short, and then ones like Riddler's Most Wanted mission take hours and hours to complete. The first is the Line of Duty, a short quest that sees us sent out to rescue firefighters that have been captured around the city. In the end, we find out that the fire chief was working with Firefly to set fire stations on fire. I should note here that for every one of these most wanted missions that we solve, we usually end up taking them back to the GCPD. By the end of completing these, we've amassed a collection of Gotham's strongest villains all tied up in a cage in the police station. I do like this visual representation of our completion progress in the game. It's actually a good way to use the environment to show how much we've done. The perfect crime begins when we see a dead body chained in Gotham with opera music playing. We have to scan the body, the skin, the bones, and the muscle to find that parts of the victim have been removed. We have to scan 6 different victims around the city and eventually track the killer down to his hideout. He reveals himself as Professor Pig, who attacks us with his Dolatrons. We have to defeat them and take down Pig, taking him to jail. Own the Roads is sort of part of a larger set of side missions. This requires us to take out all of the militia checkpoints in the city. Each checkpoint usually has a crowd of militia thugs, and we have to either fight them or take them out from the shadows and find the commander to take the remote and destroy it. Occupy Gotham is a very similar mission that requires us to find watchtowers, which are usually Predator sections. We take out all of the thugs and deactivate the watchtower by destroying the security controls. Armored and Dangerous is another militia-related mission where we have to take down APC vehicles around the city. The last militia-related mission requires us to disarm bombs that are placed around Gotham. We can do this with the Batmobile, but we have to defeat a swarm of remote vehicles attacking us. We can then remote detonate the bomb and leave the area safe. Once we complete all 4 of these militia-related missions, Deathstroke will contact us, who has taken control of the militia forces. He challenges us to a battle, and we have to defeat tons of remote-controlled tanks, as well as Deathstroke's own tank. Once we destroy him, he gets out and is knocked out immediately. Creature of the Night is one of my favorites in Arkham Knight. While flying around the city, we find another bat-like creature flying around the city, the Man-Bat. Man-Bat is a character from DC Comics, and here he looks grotesque, a man fused with a bat. It's some pretty horrific imagery. I should also point out here that Man-Bat looks quite a lot like Stan Lee's version of Batman. Stan Lee did a short run of comics in the early 2000s called Just Imagine that saw him reimagining different DC characters like Superman, Wonder Woman, and even Batman. Just wanted to point it out because it reminded me that it even existed. When we find Man-Bat, we eventually track down his lab and reveal the man behind the bat, Kirk Langstrom. He was going deaf and decided to mix his own DNA with that of a bat's to fix it. He used too much and became what he is now. In the process, he ended up killing his own wife. We find him throughout the city and eventually take him down. I really like these little self-contained story side missions, little quests that are only a few missions long and reveal smaller parts of Gotham that Batman would see outside of taking down a huge villain. There's usually a little more humanity here and character as well. Heir to the Cowl continues the story that we saw in Arkham City. Azrael is back in Gotham and he wants to become Batman's successor. Batman decides to entertain this by putting Azrael to the test. We have to see Azrael in multiple different places over the city and play as him, testing his mettle against Batman's combat trials. We eventually realize that Azrael was implanted with fake memories and sent to kill Batman after getting his approval to take over the Cowl. We can then decide to do multiple things. Azrael can try to kill Batman, who then knocks him out. Azrael can break the sword and leave, deciding to find his manipulators, or he can just leave in general. Gotham on Fire is a shorter mission, seeing us track down Firefly, who is attacking fire stations all over the city. Gunrunner sees us working with Nightwing to take out different caches of Penguin's weapons throughout Gotham. Over the course of the mission, the two eventually track down Penguin, and Nightwing is captured by him. Nightwing also earns Batman's trust during this. It's a well-done development of Batman and Dick Grayson's relationship. Two-Faced Bandit sees us tracking down Two-Face and his goons as they try to rob banks all over Gotham. Each time we track down a heist, we have to stop the goons from stealing all the money in the vaults. We eventually take down Two-Face himself while he's stealing money. Friend in Need sees Lucius gone missing. We have to head to Wayne Enterprises to look for him. We head up to the elevator as Bruce Wayne, and eventually we see Wayne attack Lucius, which is very confusing for a moment. We then realize that this isn't Bruce as Batman enters the tower himself. We figure out that this is Hush, a villain that was known for altering his entire body to steal Bruce Wayne's identity. He wants Bruce Wayne brought to the tower, and Batman eventually takes his mask off, confusing Thomas Elliot. Bruce knocks him out and tells Lucius to lock him in the vault, as they can't take him to the GCPD. Lamb to the Slaughter is a very short mission where Jack Ryder is kidnapped by a cult leader named Deacon Blackfire. We have to defeat his followers quickly and save Ryder before taking Blackfire to the GCPD. The last most wanted mission, and the one that most probably we will finish last, is Riddler's Revenge. This is easily the most expansive of any of the Riddler quests in the Arkham games. This one is probably my favorite iteration of the Riddler trophies and the quest in general. There's a lot more here as far as challenges, even if some of the challenges are very annoying. This starts when Catwoman is kidnapped by the Riddler. We save her and get the key to the bomb collar on her neck, only to reveal that there are many more that we need. We can unlock these by completing different challenges that the Riddler has set up. Some of these see us defeating Riddler's robots, which are color-coded to only be damaged by either Catwoman or Batman. These usually see us also solving some of his puzzles. The other challenges are Batmobile-related ones, where we either have to solve Batmobile-related puzzles or complete Batmobile races against Riddler's clock. These use a mechanic where we have to control Riddler's contraptions to switch platforms on or off. These are actually really fun for the most part, and I enjoyed doing them. The last one, though, is the exception. It can be really annoying and requires precise placement to actually complete, so it can get tedious really fast. We eventually face the Riddler in a mech suit, and he refuses to fight us unless we find all of his Riddler trophies, destructibles, and riddles throughout the city. There are a ton of these in Gotham, and it takes quite a bit of time to find all of them. When we do, we're given the privilege of fighting the Riddler in his mech suit. Catwoman has already been freed at this point, though, so we can't damage the red bots that Riddler summons. Catwoman does decide to come back and help Batman out, though, and we have to swap between the two characters, defeating Riddler bots and eventually defeating the Riddler himself. We can then take him to the GCPD to lock him up for good. In general, I think most of the side content in Arkham Knight is really good. There's a lot of interesting characters here, fun missions with compelling objectives. The short little stories work the best and are the most fitting with Batman's world. The Riddler mission is probably the best of his in the series. There are some collectathon node completion missions here, though, which are mostly the militia-related missions. These aren't as great, but the good ones make up for it in the end. Arkham Knight has a large amount of DLC content. There's a ton here, and some of it I won't really go super deep into because it's kind of short and unnecessary. Season of Infamy is a DLC pack that includes 4 side missions that are included in the main game. These aren't required to complete the Nightfall, but they do appear on their own separate side quest screen. Wonderland is a short mission where we find out that the Mad Hatter has turned himself into the GCPD and wants to talk to Batman. He gives us a clue after interrogating him, and we find out that he's placed officers locked in their trunks with bombs inside. We have to disable the bombs before taking them out. Once we rescue all of the police members, we go back to Hatter, who puts Batman into a hallucination. We're in a pop-up storybook that takes us through each of the Batman games. We have to defeat enemies and save a police officer who's trapped in the book. Each section will even feature enemies from the game that it belongs to, Arkham Asylum, City, and Night. We come out of the hallucination and lock Hatter up for good. Shadow War sees us finding a still-living Ra's al Ghul, half alive and barely there. We find out that the Lazarus juice is now flowing directly through Ra's, keeping him alive. We find out also that the League is in a civil war, and if the head of the demon is not healed, Gotham will be destroyed. His other daughter is leading the rebel faction. She wants Batman to kill him to take out the head and end his reign. In the end, we can either decide to cure Ra's or destroy the things keeping him alive. If we save him, he kills his daughter. He escapes and his daughter refuses to take the Lazarus pit and follow her father's footsteps. If we kill him, then we fight the League. We don't really kill him because Batman decides to stop his daughter from delivering the killing blow. Ra's is locked up and the Rebel League leaves the city. Beneath the Surface is a Killer Croc-related mission. We find a penitentiary airship crashed in Gotham Bay. When we arrive, we find out that Killer Croc has escaped his cell. We work this mission with Nightwing and have to make our way through the airship. We eventually realize that Croc is looking for a cure for his disease, and the prison has been trying to use his healing factor. We still have to fight Croc and take him down, extracting him via Batwing. The last Season of Infamy mission is In From the Cold. Batman is alerted to a giant ship called the Nora covered in ice, and you can probably tell where this is going. Mr. Freeze is currently trying to stabilize his cryogenerator to save his wife Nora, who is still in cryostasis. The militia kidnapped his wife, and if he brings in Batman, he'll get Nora. Freeze ends up choosing to work with us. We eventually find Nora's stasis chamber, and it's deactivated. She comes out of the pod after being on ice for so long. We realize that she's been conscious the entire time. Nora tells Freeze that she wants to live her days outside of the pod, not locked up in ice. The militia end up destroying Freeze's research, which means that Nora's end is in sight. Freeze decides to leave Gotham with his wife and enjoy their final moments together. These missions are mostly good and are what I wanted more from the side missions in the main game. Side stories that are pretty self-contained and feel focused on the villains at hand. They also mostly feel like endings to these characters, probably because the overarching story ends with Batman's final story, at least in this iteration. The other set of story-related DLC for Arkham Knight are called episodes. These are really just short missions that see us playing characters other than Batman. The first of these is the Harley Quinn episode. We get to play as Harley for the first time in the series. This is set before the events of Arkham Knight. Harley is breaking into the Bloodhaven Police Department to look for Poison Ivy to try and recruit her to Scarecrow's mission in Gotham. Harley has a very unique moveset in the game. Her basic fighting is mostly the same, but she has an ultimate ability that lets her do automatic takedowns on enemies around her. She also can't do silent takedowns because quiet isn't in her vocabulary. She can use jack-in-the-boxes to lure enemies in and take them down, and she can take down enemies when they're near Poison Ivy's plants. The entire aesthetic of her story pack is actually pretty unique and is probably one of the best parts of it. There's scrawls all over her vision and the whole thing is pretty schizo. The Red Hood story sees us controlling Jason Todd, who has now taken on the Red Hood name after relinquishing the Arkham Knight and forgiving Batman. Jason is a little different though. He kills his enemies instead of letting them live. Red Hood breaks in to interrupt a meeting between Black Mask and the Penguin. This all culminates in a ruthless killing spree of Black Mask's men and Red Hood killing Black Mask himself. It's possible that this was another body double of Black Mask like he used in Arkham Origins, but it's pretty great to see Red Hood taking on the ruthless crusade here. Batgirl, A Matter of Family is probably the lengthiest DLC in the bunch. This takes place even before Arkham Asylum. Clearly, Batgirl has yet to be paralyzed and is working with Batman as a hero. Gordon and some of the GCPD have been taken captive at the Seagate amusement park. Joker and Harley will kill any of the hostages if he sees Batman, so Batgirl and Robin have to head in. We find 3 different spots with hostages being held there and have to save them. We eventually find out where Gordon is being held. We get to defeat Joker and Harley, but Joker makes his escape. Robin tries to reveal his feelings for Batgirl, but they are interrupted. It seems like Gordon already knew who Batgirl was at this time. GCPD Lockdown is a short story that takes place after Arkham Knight. Penguin is trying to break out of prison, and Nightwing is taking him on. Catwoman's Revenge sees Selina Kyle trying to get back at the Riddler for what he did to her. She ends up finding his hideout and making it into his robot factory. Riddler is still stuck in jail, but is communicating with his systems to try and stop Catwoman from stealing all of his money. We have an insane fight sequence where we have to avoid lasers and take down robots. This fight is actually downright broken. It's just so difficult and unbalanced. This was the only DLC story that I really didn't like. Catwoman eventually gets inside Riddler's system, steals his money, and destroys his factory. The last story, A Flip of a Coin, focuses on Robin trying to take down Two-Face. He's escaped the GCPD lockup, Nightwing has been out of town, and Gotham was left alone. Robin eventually tracks Two-Face down to his mansion and infiltrates the place. Dent almost takes Robin out by shooting at his legs, but Robin counters him and takes him down. Robin and Oracle then decide to leave their honeymoon behind and return to protecting Gotham as it needs someone watching it. Arkham Knight's DLC overall is pretty okay. There are some great little stories here, like the Mr. Freeze mission and even A Matter of Family. Some interesting mechanics are added in some of these, and they're just a good time. Others aren't great and even feel unnecessary at times, though. Some are so short that there really doesn't seem like a point for them to be there. In general, this is just too much DLC. There really shouldn't have been this much extra content at the end. At this point, it just kind of seems like they should have made another game about the Bat family set after Arkham Knight, where we control only Robin and Nightwing, maybe throw some flashbacks in there to Batgirl's previous time as a vigilante. Arkham Knight is a great experience. It rounds off the quote-unquote trilogy as the finale of the Arkham series. It tries to neatly wrap the story up, or at least hint at its next arc. It provides some of the funnest, most polished, and dynamic combat that the series has to offer. It's the final evolution of the Arkham games. That doesn't mean that Rocksteady still didn't try to innovate, though. They tried to introduce some new mechanics to change things up and possibly create something great. This didn't go really as planned though, and some of the mechanics don't work incredibly well. The upgraded combat is fantastic, and fighting groups of goons feels the best it ever has. It's smooth, fun, and fast. We have a variety of different enemies which constantly keep us on our toes. We have to purposefully choose who or when to attack in combat to keep the almighty combo running up. The Predator sections are at their most full in this entry. It feels like there are tons of options for how we can approach combat situations. At times, it can almost feel like there's too much going on, leaving us to default back to tried and true methods. But stepping outside of the box and trying new methods of taking down enemies will usually be rewarded. The Batmobile combat sections can get a little tedious. They would have been much better served by scarcity. If these sections would have been less frequent and possibly had some more variety, then they would have been more successful. The sheer amount that we have to shoot at enemy vehicles leaves us feeling burnt out. The system itself works pretty good though, and it is fun to blow up tanks in the Batmobile. It just doesn't always feel like we want to be doing it. The city of Gotham has been upgraded greatly. It's a massive place with tons of secrets to be found and interesting places to explore. Flying around in Arkham Knight's Gotham makes Asylum and City feel incredibly small by comparison. The city also just looks great. All of the environments look gorgeous. The physics engine and the graphical fidelity are just top-notch here, even for an 8-year-old game. There's detail to the world as well. Well-placed clues hinting to the story or foreshadowing plot points have been placed all over. Speaking of the story, I think it's kind of a mixed bag. On one hand, the themes that it explores in relationship to Batman and the Joker are incredibly complex. It delves into the psychology of these two, once again not to explore their dynamic as it currently exists, but as it once had. Viewing this link between the two, now looking back, gives us a different perspective. Batman himself has to grapple with a lot here. He's constantly wrestling with his guilt throughout the entire story. A man that has given everything to save the city and protect the ones around him is being broken down to the recesses of his mind. He's constantly haunted by his arch nemesis, who he can't even lock inside of a cage anymore. He's stuck in a cell with him and forced to contend with that. On top of that, he has to deal with his myriad of failures. Batman isn't perfect, and Bruce isn't either. Jason Todd's death weighs heavy on the man's mind, even before he realizes who the Arkham Knight is. Barbara Gordon's paralysis also makes him feel like he failed. Top this off with the fact that Barbara died because of his actions, and Batman won't let himself live any of this down. These complex issues that are explored here really get to the heart of the Bat. The other parts of the story aren't as great though. I think most of the stuff with the Arkham Knight isn't as good as it could have been. We can see the twist coming from a mile away, and when it finally hits, it doesn't have the impact that it should. The ending of the game isn't the greatest either. I was honestly hoping that they would cap this off with Batman leaving Gotham for good. His identity is revealed, his symbol is broken, but he's still gotten rid of the villains in the city. What he did wasn't for nothing. He could have left this up to the rest of the Bat family. Azrael could have taken on his own vigilante status in the city. His legacy would still remain, it would just be different than he wanted. Leaving could have meant peace for the character. The inspiration and hopefulness in the ending could have come from people finding new heroes in that of Batman's students. Even with its faults though, Arkham Knight is probably my favorite in the series. It's easily the one that I played the most for these reviews. I spent the most time with it because I just enjoyed its world, its combat, characters, and plot. It has its low points, but it somehow ends up being great despite all that. Arkham Knight was well received by critics. It holds an 87% on Metacritic for the PS4 version. The PC version was famously broken on release and had tons of technical issues. The game had to be taken down from storefronts to work on fixes for the issues that people were experiencing. Most critics praised the game's story, world, and attention to detail, while criticizing the Batmobile mechanics. Reviewers thought that the vehicle sections were inconsistent for the character of Batman and didn't fit with the world. The game sold very well, becoming the fastest-selling game of 2015 and the Arkham franchise as a whole. It was the second best-selling game of 2015 overall, and would go on to sell 5 million units by October 2015. That would be the last game released in the Arkham series, though there are still plenty more pieces of media in the Arkham universe that we haven't looked at yet. There have been quite a few comics released in the Arkham universe over the years. These can be prequels to the entire series, stories bridging the gaps between entries, or runs providing some context to the games themselves. The first comic released was called Batman Arkham Asylum: The Road to Arkham. This was a one-shot published by DC. It was written by Alan Burnett. This mostly takes place in the Batmobile during the ride to take Joker back to Arkham Asylum. Batman is talking to Oracle about how easy it was to catch Joker this time, a little too easy. He's also on a bit of a streak, catching Scarecrow and Zsasz pretty easily as well. He wonders if this could be the setup for something larger. Arkham Unhinged is one of the longest tie-in comics I've seen for a video game. It actually had 58 issues, though it was a digital exclusive. It was again published by DC Comics. Arkham Unhinged was written by Derek Friedolfs and has art from Mike S. Miller. The story takes place before Arkham City and eventually overlaps with the game itself. There are some slight contradictions between this series and the games. The beginning shows what happened before Catwoman's DLC and Strange's efforts to capture Two-Face and Catwoman to take them to Arkham City. The series itself is alright, but definitely not great. The writing can be a bit subpar, the art can really be off at times. The lines are clean and it looks technically good, but it doesn't really have any style. Proportions of characters are often off as well. Batman in particular doesn't look the greatest. The Arkham City comic is a little bit more of a traditional approach to a prequel. It was written by Paul Dini and drawn by Carlos de Anda. It takes place after the events of Arkham Asylum, but before the events of City. It covers the events leading up to the game, the creation of Arkham City, Joker and Harley's plans to take advantage of it, and Batman's attempts to figure out who is really behind the whole thing. It's actually a pretty good little miniseries. It's well drawn, well written, and it's actually worth the read. Arkham City Endgame was the next comic in the Arkham universe. It was published by DC Comics, written by Derek Friedolfs, and drawn by Jason Sean Alexander. Endgame takes place directly after Arkham City, detailing the fallout of Joker's death. Gordon and Batman talk about the Joker's death, and apparently the Commissioner has been hiding his body for weeks. He doesn't want people to get at it or do something crazy. After his death, Harley began wreaking havoc on the city. We eventually realized that Joker had planned events in case he had died. He alerts the entire city that anyone who finds his body and returns it to Harley Quinn will be awarded $100 million. The city begins to turn. Citizens start to search for Joker's body everywhere. He also tells Batman specifically that there are bombs on the walls of Arkham City. If Batman doesn't find the master code in 1 hour, the walls will be brought down, releasing all of the criminals on Gotham. His only clue is back at Arkham Asylum. We see a flashback to a time before when Batman caught the Joker after he killed dozens with fireworks. Batman locked him in a lower level of the asylum in a dark room for weeks. Joker took the time to write a book, a diary, a list of names of everyone he had ever killed. Batman was his last name. The last joke he had to tell was tricking Batman. He never meant to blow the walls off Arkham City. All the bombs were right here. Of course, Batman didn't die. The story ends with him and Gordon incinerating Joker's body. This was a pretty decent comic, actually. It was short, but a good story with some nice twists. The art was also really stylized. I can't say I love this depiction of Batman, but a lot of the drawings have their own unique feel to them. The Arkham Origins comic takes place just before the game. It's probably one of the first pieces of media in the series as far as chronology goes. The story is alright, it's definitely not the best in the series. I'm not a big fan of the art, it looks a little goofy. The writing isn't bad though. One of the most interesting things that this short run does is let us into the mind of an early Batman. We get to see his thoughts as he's constantly trying to adjust the persona of the Bat. He's figuring out who exactly Batman is and how to tailor him to most affect the city's criminals. The Arkham Knight comic attempts to bridge the gap between Arkham City and Arkham Knight. It's written by Peter J. Tomasi with art from Viktor Bogdanovic. This one overall is just really poorly drawn and written. It tries to weave the Arkham Knight into the story, following Batman and taking out criminals around Batman that he doesn't like. A lot of it's just really forced and rushed. Batgirl Begins was a one-shot written by Tim Seeley and drawn by Matthew Clark. The story takes place after Arkham Origins, but before A Matter of Family. It's a short story of Batgirl in her early days. She doesn't even have her full suit yet, just a copy of Batman's. It's a fine little tale, very short, so there isn't a lot of substance. There is quite a bit of the hashtag humor, though, and weird tech lingo jokes that I just despise. Arkham Knight Genesis is the last comic that we have to talk about. It mostly takes place before Arkham Knight, seeing Todd setting up for what was about to happen in those games. A lot of it, though, is flashbacks to Todd's early life, how he eventually ran into Batman, became his Robin, and was taken by the Joker. It shows the creation of the Arkham Knight and how the story of the game came to be. It's not bad, especially if you're more interested in that character and wanted a deeper dive into him. Most of the comics here are alright, some are better than others, of course. There's some clear entries that just feel very obligatory, like they felt they needed to make something that people could look at before or after the games came out. Most aren't necessary, but while there's some interesting stuff in here, I definitely wouldn't recommend reading all of it. The Arkham games aren't only limited to the games we've already talked about. There are a few others released in the series that we haven't touched upon. The first was called Arkham City Lockdown. This game was released shortly after Arkham City in 2011. It was developed by NetherRealm Studios. This was actually one of the first games the studio ever developed after the 9th Mortal Kombat game and a Mortal Kombat arcade collection. This makes sense when you realize that Arkham City Lockdown is actually a mobile fighting game. The game sees us fighting against everyone from low-level thugs to Joker and Poison Ivy. The game was met with very middling reviews. Most thought it was fine for a mobile game, but really lacked any story or substance. The second game on our list, Arkham Origins Blackgate, was originally released for the 3DS and the PlayStation Vita. It was developed by Armature Studios, who had only previously worked on the PlayStation Vita port of the Metal Gear Solid HD collection. They would go on to do a lot more ports with some original games spattered in. They most recently worked on the VR version of Resident Evil 4 for the Quest 2, and then were subsequently bought by Meta in 2022. Though the game originally released on handhelds, it was eventually released in 2014 for Windows, which is where I played the game for this review. The game itself is really not good. It takes place shortly after Arkham Origins. It follows Batman's adventures in taking down Penguin and Black Mask as they try to take over Blackgate from inside. The game is a side-scroller. It has most of the same functions as the original Arkham games, but just worse. The free-flow combat is clunkier and only has 2 dimensions, so we're either fending off enemies from the right or the left. The Predator sections can be excruciating at points because of the awkward controls and poor environmental design. Traversal is basically just an on-rails experience. We press grapple over and over until we end up in the next area. This game basically is just a much worse version of any Arkham game that you could possibly play. Not worth your time and not worth mine to talk about. The game was met with mixed reviews. While some thought it was a broken down version of the parts of the Arkham games that worked and ported them to handhelds, others thought that the bland environments and poor story didn't add anything to the series overall. Arkham Underworld is a game that I'll only talk about very briefly. I haven't actually played the game as it isn't available on any app stores. It was made by Turbine, who is now called WB Games Boston. They originally made MMOs like Asheron's Call, Asheron's Call 2, DDO, Lotro, and Infinite Crisis, that DC-themed MOBA that I'm pretty sure I was the only one who played. The MMOs they made were actually pretty great, and I spent quite a lot of time with DDO and Lotro when I was younger, but Arkham Underworld is literally a management sim mobile game. It's just absolute trash, and really is just bottom of the barrel for a series like this. The last game I want to talk about briefly is Arkham VR. This was actually developed by Rocksteady themselves. It was a very short experience that was originally released for the PlayStation VR in 2016. I could not actually play this game, so I won't be talking about it much. This isn't because I don't have a VR headset. I play VR from time to time, but much less than I used to. I have an original Quest, which still works fine for the most part. The problem with Arkham VR is that it's just broken now. I tried to boot up the game on Steam and it would not recognize my motion controllers. I researched this and found that I wasn't the only one with the problem. The game seemed to work for all controllers at some point in the past, and then eventually just stopped working for modern VR controllers. I tried some patchwork solutions, but nothing really worked. I then realized that I was an idiot, and the game was on the Oculus Store, so I could just play it on there. But I quickly realized that the game doesn't even recognize the Quest controllers when played through the Oculus storefront. Fuck. The game mostly seems to be an on-rails detective simulator. You solve different puzzles in search of a killer from Batman's perspective. Like I said though, I couldn't play this game, so I won't be talking about it in depth. There was only one book in the Arkham universe. This was Batman Arkham Knight, The Riddler's Gambit, published by Titan Books and written by Alexander Irvine. Riddler's Gambit tells the story of the Riddler as he tries to take Joker's spot in Gotham. One of the opening lines is very telling: how to transform a joke into a riddle. The book deals a lot with the psychology of the Riddler, of Batman and Robin. The Riddler plans a massive work of riddles and puzzles for Batman and Robin to solve. Of course, we know they solve them and know that they win in the end, but the journey is something pretty good. I'd rate it pretty well considering it's a tie-in novel, and if you've seen my previous videos on game series, you know how I feel about tie-in novels. It works riddles into the story very well, considering that this is a book focused on the Riddler. It should. I will note that it does have quite a bit of continuity errors. These don't exactly jive well with the timeline of the Arkham games. I do think it's a pretty decent deconstruction of the Riddler as a villain though. If you really like the Riddler and really like the Arkham universe, then it's something you should probably get enjoyment out of. The Arkham games created a legacy. They changed comic book games for good. They created new stories to tell in the world of Batman. These new stories weren't just fodder either. They poked and prodded at the idea of what it means to be Batman. Over 4 games, they deconstructed this question. They tried to answer it. To be Batman means to be burdened with responsibility. To be Batman means to persevere even in the face of pure evil. To be Batman means to lean on others for strength and guidance. To be Batman means to fail and to learn from those mistakes. The story that the Arkham games weave is an incredibly interesting one. The main trilogy of games tries to tell an overarching tale, one that mostly focuses on the Joker and Batman's dynamic. Even though I wish Rocksteady would have branched out more, I think that the story that they did end up telling was great. It stays true to the characters where it needs to and branches out where it doesn't. The combat of the Arkham games has its own legacy as well. The smooth flow fighting has now become a staple in games. This formula was replicated time and time again to try and gather some of the steam that Rocksteady was giving off. It just works so well, and it constantly makes you feel like a crime-fighting hero, while also providing challenge and reward. The Predator sections, detective sequences, and side content, everything else is also top-notch. These games just work great, and I don't mean for when they came out, I mean today. Oftentimes, especially today, games will come and go in the blink of an eye. You might pick up a game on release, beat it, and never return. Months later, someone will mention the game, and you'll forgot that it even existed. The Arkham games don't feel that way. They stick in your brain. Playing back through these games, I feel like I played them for the first time yesterday. I remember details clearly, events, combat sequences, cutscenes. They're just so distinct, and they hold a special place in your brain a long time after you've put them down. But what does the future of the Arkham games look like? All the way back in 2010, Jeff Johns, who was the chief creative officer of DC Comics at the time, said that a Suicide Squad game was in development. Origins clearly tried to set this game up. In 2016, it was announced that this game was cancelled, but the idea was still there. Because in August 2020, Rocksteady announced the next game in the Arkham series would see the audience playing the Suicide Squad, trying to take down members of the Justice League that had been mind-controlled by Brainiac. This was called Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League. This was to be Kevin Conroy's last role as Batman, as he had sadly passed away in November of 2022. The premise of the game seemed like an alright idea, at least to me. The idea of playing the Suicide Squad, fighting off Brainiac and taking down Justice League-themed bosses, being able to fight Superman, Batman, The Flash, Green Lantern, all seemed great. The game was originally supposed to release in 2022, but it was delayed until May 26th, 2023. At the beginning of the year, information started to release about the game that made it seem a lot less appealing. It was revealed to basically be a live service game with a battle pass, gear, and it was always online. People did not like this whatsoever, and fans were very outspoken about their distaste for the game. In April of 2023, Rocksteady announced that the game was delayed until February of 2024, almost a full year later. I don't know what the future for this game is, but it sure doesn't look bright. Who knows what they have planned? If they're trying to reverse all the decisions they made to get a product that was closer to what the fans expected, or if they're just buying time. Regardless, it seems that the Arkham games have had their time in the sun, but whatever happens next won't change what they did for video games. Bye, Dad.